Heavy. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, it is a bright, sunny morning, Wednesday, October 23rd. Today marks the first day, the first of 2 days of the JCSA's High School Debate Competition National Rounds. Indeed, previously we had the zonal rounds of competition where 26 teams spread across all parishes in Jamaica, all 3 zones in Jamaica, competed against each other to determine who would get a chance to make it through to the national rounds. Yes, and so we had in Zone A many teams, in Zone B many teams, and in Zone C many teams. And certainly the winning teams from all of these zones have advanced to this match that you're now playing, this round, the national round, and they are excited to get this competition underway. So again, welcome all to the very first match in the national rounds. We have with us 2 teams coming out of Zone A. We have the team Campion College and the team Excelsior High School. And they'll be debating the motion. This house believes that unbalance the culture of secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. That unbalance the culture of secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ravon Thomas Matthews. I am a chief adjudicator for this competition, along with Mr. Jermaine Barrett, founder and executive director for the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. I am joined, of course, by the ever intelligent, ever wise Javon Downey, who will serve as my wing judge today. You know, it is an amazing thing to be here. We want to thank again the JCSA for bringing this competition back. And, you know, it's been so wonderful. We are now at the national stage where we have 14 teams. It's funny because last year we had 12 teams. And at the second round of elimination, we have 14 teams. So even more than we started with last year. A testament to how wonderful the schools and individuals think this competition is, and a testament necessarily to the impact of this competition. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Javon Downey, my wing adjudicator, to give us a few words of greetings.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So as Javon said, the name is Javon Downey. I serve as the business development specialist here at Jade, and I am actually excited and looking forward to very insightful and riveting discussions around some very topical issues, especially in today's session.
Thank you very much, Downey. On behalf of JCSA, I'd like to say welcome once more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to hear me speak, you want to hear the debate. And that is what we're going to go right into. Teams are reminded that the first and last minute of each speech is considered protected time. That means that absolutely no points of information will be allowed during those periods. That's the first and last minute. Outside of the first and last minute of each speech, points of information are not only allowed, they are absolutely welcomed. Now, with no further ado, I invite the first speaker from the proposing team, Campion College, to open this debate. Hear, hear.
Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Great. Earlier this year, the public sector's culture of secrecy led to an internal memo being sent to the staff of the Jamaica Customs Agency, threatening employees through the Official Secrets Act following the leak of poor air quality assessment reports on its grounds. Just about a year ago, the public sector's culture of secrecy led to Mark Barnett, former NWC president, being revealed to have concealed his breaches of building permits issued by the KCAMC and NEPA regarding his Kingston developments. In 2019, the public sector's culture of secrecy emboldened the government to table an amendment to increase the period that they could keep cabinet documents secret from only 20 years to 70 years, which would outlive intellectual property rights. Esteemed adjudicators, my worthy opponents, and all in attendance, a pleasant morning to you all. Because of the societal damage that the culture of secrecy has caused in the public sector in Jamaica, I am so proud to propose a motion. This House believes that on balance, the culture of secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. Firstly, allow me to define our key terms. We've defined the culture of secrecy, or rather, the culture of secrecy itself involves certain practices and norms within government institutions that prioritize confidentiality over transparency and contains two inseparable components. Firstly, the attitude of public sector workers. Whether it be fear or apathy, public sector workers don't like disclosing information or secrets regarding their operations. And secondly, strict enforcement of rules and guidelines like the Official Secrets Act, which punish whistleblowers with fines of up to 500,000 and imprisonment of up to 6 months. The culture of secrecy transcends concealing information. It speaks to an ingrained mindset and social behavior in the public sector that is more than mere legislation. And secondly, on balance, I stated in the motion, just makes it abundantly clear that the debate won't be about benefits and harms alone, but how we weigh them and their impacts. We've already given examples of what the culture of secrecy looks like, but what does the counterfactual look like? Well, it's countries like Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Singapore, and the list goes on. And in 2023, these countries ranked among the lowest corruption percentage index, an index that ranks countries by perceived levels of public sector corruption, and they all rank highly among public sector transparency. Moving on, we've identified two main burdens, one on each side. For proposition, we need to demonstrate that the public sector's culture of secrecy has inextricably led to negative outcomes on society that outweigh any of its benefits, while opposition must demonstrate that the benefits outweigh drawbacks or that there's been a net neutral effect on society. As the first speaker, I will outline the right to the public right to information rather on principle and how the culture of secrecy reduces accountability. My second speaker will just talk about how the electorate is less informed and apathetic and also mistrust the government under secrecy. While I will once again come to the podium. My third speaker will summarize and rebut the most important issues in this debate. Just a quick preemptive rebuttal. We kind of expect opposition to come and tell you about the administrative burden of transparency, and we'll tell you why that's not accepted. I've said nothing. Large administrative burden is just, it's non-existent. We understand the problems that can be treated, by having to process these large requests, and we grant that there will be minor burden. However, although new burdens will be created through the processing of this info, other burdens such as bad leaders, corrupt workers, siphoning funds, and inefficient or dangerous distribution of services are greatly reduced in our world. Which brings me to my first substantive, the public's right to information on principle. Our country's citizens have a right to know what's going on inside the public sector. Citizens should be informed whether or not a public body holds certain information and should have access to that info. And my first warrant is that citizens are subject to public sector institutions as it relates to their basic needs. For example, JCF, JCA, NWC, the Ministry of Education directly affect their daily lives. The fact that citizens necessarily have to interact with those institutions when participating in their daily lives as a member of society supports a need for them to have knowledge and influence of the activities of those institutions. Order, after this time, to secure their best interests as citizens and to ensure that their needs are met. And a parallel example, when an employer is hiring you, they have the right to know your criminal record, the right to protect their employees, and when a bank is handling a loan, they have a right to know your financial information so they aren't left bankrupt. Similarly, in a democracy, these institutions form so much of our lives that we have a right to information from the governments, and the culture of secrecy directly opposes this. I'll take a point at this time.
Right, so you gave some examples, but you don't show how, in the absence of the culture of secrecy, these examples are true.
We're getting to that. All right, I'll just explain my impacts to you, and that should answer your point of information. In this debate, the culture of secrecy promotes an automatic withholding of information from citizens. And this culture significantly threatens the rights of members of the public, their access to information. And on your side of the house, you prefer to violate this right through the culture of secrecy, and you guys need to justify why there's a good reason to do so. We've shown that we more value the contributions made by taxpayers who have a direct investment in the public sector activities. We offer citizens interacting with these institutions full knowledge of their activities to make informed decisions, mechanize their preferences into votes, which results in better democracy, and hold their elected officials accountable. We're waiting for you guys to tell us how you contend with this argument. Which leads me to my second substantive. Less accountability under a lack of transparency, rather. Unscrupulous actions and words shared by prominent members of the public sector show that it takes little for many individuals to bend the rules or to act in their own interest, or rather the interest of their party, rather than that of the general public. For example, Everett Warmington threatening to withhold funds from the PNP councillors in his constituency. Without the public having access to information about what goes on in these sectors, it emboldens officials to break rules, participate in less than legal activities, and prioritize their own interests over stakeholders. The culture of secrecy prevents the public from holding them accountable. Members of the public can't express feelings if they're not fully informed about what takes place in the public sector. For example, the culture of secrecy, it just motivates officials in the public sector, the actions of which may directly impact the public, to withhold crucial information. And without access to this information, the public are left oblivious. There's no pressure from the public, no space to hold politicians accountable, and accountability just results in good governance, more public participation, and better outcomes for everyone. Historically, governments also bend the rules and break them to, or other corrupt practices in general. For example, in late 2009, the government made an extradition request to the US government made an extradition request for the notorious criminal Christopher Douglas Polk, and this request was not acted upon for months by Bruce Golding, and it was alleged that this was due to Mr. Cox's affiliation with the JLP. And because of all of these reasons, all of these negative implications of the culture of secrecy, the bending of the rules, the sweeping under the rug of corrupt actions, I am so proud to propose this motion this morning. Thank you so much.
Indeed, and thank you very much to the first proposition speaker. We now swing this debate over to the team opposition, Excelsior High School, for them to open their case. Indeed, and that is, of course, the first speaker from the team, Excelsior High School. Excelsior, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, well, good morning.
Morning, when you are ready.
Yes, adjudicators, viewers, and opponents, a pleasant morning to you. My name is Tahir Morrison, and I'll be opening the case for side opposition. But before doing so, allow me to address some claims made by side proposition. So, we hear that idea of corruption with the culture of secrecy, and especially in the public sector. However, what we must look at is that there are independent bodies put in place, mechanisms which are used to basically prohibit or hinder or mitigate rather the also government manipulating the system. Also, you stated that with the transparency, there are no transparency with the culture of secrecy in terms of access of information. However, there are acts put in place, such as legislation such as the Access to Information Act of 2002, which allow individuals to still claim government records and information that are crucial to their way of life, but won't compromise government national security. So my job here today is to add 2 points to this debate, which is how does the culture of secrecy ensure better individual privacy, and second, how it contributes to enhance national security. So my claim is that the culture of secrecy within the public sector is essential for safeguarding individual privacy. In a world where sensitive information is constantly collected by government agencies such as medical records, financial details, and individual personal identification, confidentiality is paramount. The culture of secrecy creates a secure environment where public sector employees are incentivized to protect private data from unauthorized disclosure. Without this culture norm, the risk of information leaks increases, which could allow private data to fall into the wrong hands. Strict confidentiality ensures that government employees understand the importance of privacy and the legal consequences tied to mishandling sensitive information. The impact, Mr. Speaker, for individuals, this means a greater sense of security knowing that their private details are handled with care and discretion, reducing the threat of identity theft, fraud, and other forms of personal data exploitation. For the community, it fosters trust in government institutions as people feel their personal matters are respected and safeguarded. At the state level, maintaining the trust is crucial for effective governance as citizens are more likely to cooperate with government initiatives when they believe their privacy is protected. And this leads me to my second claim, which is the culture of secrecy within the public sector is crucial for maintaining national security. A significant portion of government operations involve managing sensitive information related to defense, intelligence, and security strategies. If all this information were readily accessed to the public, it would also be accessible to unscrupulous actors which do organized crime and terrorist activities, right? With the intention of undermining national stability. A culture of secrecy ensures that public sector workers are vigilant about safeguarding classified information, thereby preventing strategic vulnerabilities from being exploited by malicious forces. The protection of sensitive data through a culture of confidentiality enables the government to act decisively in matters of national security without interference or exposure that could compromise crucial operations. The impact, Mr. Speaker, of this is that for individuals, this translates to safer streets and more stable society, free from the increased risks that come with information leaks, such as target attacks or organized criminal activities. For the community, the sense of security contributes to social stability as citizens can trust that law enforcement and defense mechanisms are effectively safeguarded their well-being. For the state, this enables not at this time, this enables a strong and resilient nation capable of responding to threats swiftly, effectively, without the risk of exposure, compromising national defense strategies. In conclusion, the culture of secrecy within the public sector is not about hiding information or for the sake of it. It's about ensuring that privacy and security are prioritized, thereby allowing the government to function more effectively for the benefit of all citizens. The benefits both in terms of individual privacy and accepted.
Yeah, we like to contend that national security is actually worse off in your world because the culture of secrecy, it breeds situations where we have like policemen, for example, who do not call out on their bad actors, for example, like they don't snitch on each other because of the culture of secrecy, leading to corrupt policemen still being on our streets, harming.
Yes, I do understand where you're coming from. However, we can concede that there are small pockets of corruption. However, it is not as big as you make it to be. And I'll continue. This benefits both in terms of individual privacy and national security, for outweigh the potential harms. For these reasons, we firmly stand by the culture of secrecy as a necessary tool for good governance. The opposition momentarily, yes.
No. Mhm.
Thank you very much to Team Opposition. We now invite the second speaker from Campion College, the proposition, to extend the case for that side of the House.
Good morning, adjudicators and fellow debaters. Okay, I proudly propose the motion. This House believes that on balance, the culture of secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. Now, I'd like to address some of the points first made by the opposition. Firstly, they talk about bodies in place to hinder corruption. However, these bodies are actually much less effective without the culture of secrecy being there to guide these bodies and being there acting as a mechanism of accountability for public officials. So when the culture of secrecy is diminished, there's actually accountability for public officials because those bodies will be made more effective because there's that mechanism of public accountability. The next thing they mentioned is that the Access to Information Act allows people to already request information. However, the culture of secrecy that we're talking about firstly the attitude of workers. People, the attitude of workers in the public sector is that they will use any method available to not provide information towards the thing. And the Access to Information Act remains too strict. So for example, as we pointed out in the first speech, the Access to Information Act ends up punishing whistleblowers with fines of up to 500,000 and imprisonment of up to 6 months. Now I'd like to address their point about privacy. They talked about that personal data could be leaked. We believe that there are measures in place to prevent this. So there are countless measures within government to ensure that the personal data of the personal data of people within the public sector aren't actually leaked. However, this doesn't even address our principled argument. So even if we grant the case that personal data will be leaked, we still believe that the public interest far outweighs this, right? The things that we mentioned before about lack of accountability and corruption far outweigh the minimal privacy issues that would occur. Next, I'd like to address the issue about national privacy. We outright refuse this. Again, there are regulations in place to prevent all types of security leaks, and there are protection guarantees that far outweigh the hypothetical gains that they're projecting. And the national security, as we mentioned before, is vastly reduced due to a culture of secrecy. Last year, a JCF officer was found guilty of raping a 6-year-old student. Another JCF officer was investigated for rape and robbery, and the JCF has been reprimanded time and time again for its corruption and accepting bribes. The JCF, as one of my speakers already pointed out, they form this coalition, and the culture of secrecy hinders accountability within the actual organizations that are supposed to be protecting us. So they end up hurting us as a result. And the risk when there's cultural secrecy in the public sector far outweighs when there isn't a culture of secrecy. Now I'd like to get on to my argument. My first substantive is that the culture of secrecy within the public sector leads to a less informed electorate. The culture, public input is crucial for good governance. If crucial info concerning the public is hidden, the public won't be able to impact policies. So legislation that people need and legislation that matters most to people won't be able to influence them because they won't have that necessary information to govern good and to vote accordingly. Voters are not fully informed about policies and the motivations behind them and their implications, which may cause them to be uninformed about the positions of major political parties on key issues, reducing their ability to translate preferences into party
information
and vote choices. Accepted?
Right. So the way in which you're framing the context as far is as though the culture of secrecy is denying people of their rights to information, which is not at all the case.
Okay. No, we're not saying, well, yes, we are saying that it's denying them of their right to information. Because this right includes we're saying that the right to information they should be able to request information, and unless there's some significant substantial harm, they should be able to get that information. And the culture of secrecy is harming this by blanketly refusing all the requests that might come in place due to these circumstances that we outlined in the first speech, right? So yeah, when information is hidden from the public, they feel detached. Okay, moving on, continuing with my point. When information is hidden from the public, they feel detached from the political process, and they may feel as though their voices do not matter. This leads to worse democracy. The issues affecting Jamaicans will be made harder to solve, and parties will become less competitive because there will be less accountability on the parties. Then there's less informed voters are less likely to elect a party that represents their interests. So things like things that we're mentioning before, like good governance, like them actually helping fix roads, them actually helping build infrastructure, them actually investing in stuff that would help the Jamaicans, would be reduced because they wouldn't be able to accurately vote for the people that represent their parties. Now, moving on to my next point, the culture of secrecy within the public sector leads to an apathetic electorate and mistrust in government. So voters hate being lied to or taken advantage of. The lack of transparency concerning policies and the intent behind them can lead people to feeling skeptical or mistrusting of their government, or even feel disconnected or disinterested in politics. They begin to feel as though their votes are meaningless and they lack agency and they have no control. Oh yeah, they feel like they have no control and there's no point in voting. Widespread voter apathy leads to choices, voter apathy causes choices for how the nation to be governed in the hands of a much smaller group, making it much less representative and much less democratic because it's not representing the people as a whole. And this leads to low voter turnout, and we see this in status quo where
Right, that's time.
Right, and that is time. Thank you very much to the second proposition speaker from Team Campion College. We now invite the second opposition speaker from Team Excelsior High School to extend the debate for that side of the house.
Right. Right. So, esteemed adjudicators, my fellow colleague, and opponents, a pleasant morning to you all. I stand before you now to extend the case of side opposition, but before doing so, it is incumbent upon myself to, address the case of side proposition thus far. So, firstly, there is this idea of corruption, citing numerous examples, not proving to us how those examples should be attributed to the culture of secrecy, but more than that, they tell us that we're going to get more corruption and policemen are right. We have Access to Information Act, with
All
that
right,
the
hold
public
on.
can.
Imani, so we lost you for just a
Mhm.
minute there. Luckily, you weren't too far into your speech, and so we're going to ask you to start over, and your time will be restarted.
Mhm. Mhm. You're hearing me?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you. Ready when you're ready.
Right, right. So, esteemed adjudicators, my fellow colleague and opponents, a pleasant morning to you all. I stand before you now to extend the case of side opposition, but before doing so, it is incumbent upon myself to first address the claims made by proposition thus far. And so, firstly, we get this idea of corruption and a numerous amount of examples that were not proven, were not substantiated, were not directly shown how that should be. The examples proven, well, no, the examples given by the first speaker should be attributed to the culture of secrecy. But more than that, to treat with this whole idea of corruption that we've been hearing so far, I say to that, one, we have legislation, right? We have the Access to Information Act, which grants general rights to public officials to access certain information, right? We get this idea that the culture of secrecy is denying the public rights to information, and that is not at all the case, right? Also, more than that, we tell you to treat with this idea of corruption, we have reactionary measures that we think are substantial enough to mitigate against these harms. For example, Indicom, not accepted as stand. For example, Indicom, independent investigation bodies that are like watchdog for the government that we think are substantial in fulfilling their role. Institutions like the Integrity Commission that are once again like watchdogs in fulfilling their role. We can see an example in recent time where they identified the illicit six or something of that sort, showing that no matter
Points of
they are
information.
politicians are not accepted at this time, neither for the next minute or two, right? They are sufficient enough in fulfilling their role, and so we think that these reactionary measures are enough. But to even take them at their best case, we think we think that in the event that small pockets of corruption may occur because of the misuse of the whole idea of culture of secrecy, we are willing to make that trade-off as we get on our side of the house national security. People's private and personal information is not necessarily disclosed to the public, right? Private individual or public sector actors are not incentivized by this culture of secrecy to disseminate public and critical information that could inhibit or hinder the individual privacy of individuals or citizens, and we get national security on our side. Also, they brought this idea of accountability. Once again, we have overseeing bodies, or oversight bodies rather, put in place this whole idea that, oh, we have a culture of secrecy and there's no accountability, there's no bodies overseeing this, is just skewed and just totally, we reject that, right? We reject even the concept, right? A point of information was asked earlier. And to that, the speaker responded, you know, they should be able to request information and get the information. And to that, I say they are able to request information and get the information. That is why we have legislation like the Access to Information Act, right? It's only certain information that we contain sensitive information that if the public, this reaches the public domain, this can be very detrimental for the state on a whole. That is what we're engaging with, right? I accept your point.
Wait, you're saying that there are bodies in place that restrict the culture of secrecy. So are you saying that there isn't a culture of secrecy in status quo? Because the motion...
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. There is a culture of secrecy in status quo. And I'm saying that we have bodies, like oversight bodies, to mitigate against, you know, the few harms that may ensue. So like the whole idea of corruption that it is coming from your argument, we think that these bodies are sufficient enough, right? We get this idea of accountability as well, that there's no accountability, and that is just, as I said before, over the top. It's crazy because these bodies are in place and are able, and we think they are substantial enough to do their job. But now, my opposition leader would have made two claims that were, you know, not substantially engaged with, for the lack of a better word. But now I will engage in a counterfactor analysis and show why having this culture of secrecy yields greater harm than good, right? Firstly, why not having this culture of secrecy leads greater harm than good, right? So firstly, in their world, there's an absence of secrecy, or the culture of secrecy. What does this look like? Not at this time. What does this look like? This looks like public sector actors not being inclined to withhold critical government information, as there is no major incentive for them to do so. This looks like sensitive information that was withheld from the public for their best interest, now being accessed by criminals and essentially bad actors. What is the impact of this? We risk jeopardizing the safety of millions of innocent civilians and a direct increase in organized crime and violence in a country like Jamaica, where the threat of gang activity is so persistent and pervasive. On their side of the house, it is much likely that one will be having more identity theft cases, as individuals' information are now accessible by criminals and other bad actors. They will have people who are wantonly selling people's personal private information, which increases data privacy issues. They essentially also risk making government policies less effective. For example, if the government were to create a policy to, let's say, mitigate against organized gang activities by tracking illicit financial transactions or monitoring suspected criminal networks, the dissemination of such sensitive strategies, so the transparency in which side proposition wants, the dissemination of such information would tip those being targeted, allowing criminals to evade law enforcement and adapt to government tactics before authorities can act. What will ensue? What will ensue is that well-intentioned policies designed to protect citizens become futile and governments,
and that is time.
Order and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the second opposition speaker. The debate will now enter into a period of cross-questioning. For those of us tuning in for the first time, the period of cross-questioning will see the opposition team, Excelsior High School, asking questions from the proposition team, Campion College. Excelsior, you will get 15 seconds to ask the question. Campion, you will get 40 seconds to reply to that question. All right? And of course, there will be no responding to responses. You can instead ask a follow-up question or ask another question altogether, right? And this period of opposition asking questions of proposition will last for 5 minutes. The time begins when you ask your first question, Team Excelsior High School.
answer first question.
Okay. So my
Are you hearing?
yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so our first question to campaign is, how do you reconcile the need for transparency with the necessity of protecting sensitive information that could jeopardize national security or public safety?
Okay, we like to say that the culture of secrecy is not synonymous with the protection of sensitive information. What the culture of secrecy does is restrict information that the public should have access to. Whereas on what you're trying to cling to, when you're trying to refer to national security, is the protection of sensitive information from external parties. So what we're saying is that the culture of secrecy is uniquely damaging. It's not an issue of national security, because the culture of secrecy is information that should already necessarily be in the hands of the public, because it's relevant to the information they need to, like, and they encounter in their daily lives. For example, NWC, Ministry of Education, things like these.
Time for a question.
Right.
Right. So you went on a rant about individuals being less informed, but to that, how do you contend with the idea that the information that is necessary for the public to know, they have this information, and in small cases where certain information that can be permissible to the public to know, and that's not the case, how do you contend with that idea?
Maybe can you repeat? We weren't clear.
Right. So I'm saying that you mentioned earlier that you're going to have less informed people because this withholding of information or whatever. But I'm saying that with this withholding of information, how do you contend with the idea that the crucial information the public should know, they do know it, or they have access to know it, right? How do you contend with that idea? Should I repeat?
No, you're good. That's enough. Okay. Essentially, access to information, or more information, just necessarily breeds more informed, or a more informed public, a more informed voter base. When people have to request information, and when it's blanketly rejected, they just have less information, they have less to work with, they don't know what's going on inside their own public sector, and they just can't make informed decisions with regards to which party they want to support or which policies they're in favor of. People just don't know what's going on in their public sector. So even if they do have access to that marginal amount of information, on your side or on our side of the house, rather, people are so much more informed that democracy overall is just better, and there are better outcomes for society because these people are able to mechanize their preferences into votes.
Our next question is, what specific measures do you propose to ensure that transparency does not lead to misinformation or the misinterpretation of sensitive information by the public?
Well,
in the absence of the culture of secrecy?
It's the lack of transparency that actually leads to the propounding of misinformation. Because when there are these small leaks coming from organizations, there's going to be less contextual information from the actual sources itself. And that leads to a great distrust of the organization in general, because they know that there's way more hiding, when maybe the contextual information would be able to contextualize that and actually lead to a great understanding from the public.
Right. So how do you engage with the idea that with more information and this more transparency, and people have access to more information from a more historical perspective? We know that Jamaicans tend to think that corruption, right? The government is corrupt. How do you engage with the idea that this more information now, things that they may not understand, will lead to distrust, right? Their public information being accessible by the public now, data identity crisis increases and stuff like that, that will lead to more distrust. How do you engage with that?
Okay, firstly, I just like to state that things like individual privacy and like protection of individual data just aren't an issue under this motion, and you keep clinging to it. We're talking about information that's relevant to the public sector. So firstly, that's not even a threat. But two, once people get this information and they're more informed, and there are these discussions, people can actually engage with the information, even if they have that their presuppositions about the government, or they're previously ignorant for some reason. Just that discourse, that access to information just makes the public more informed and better able to engage with this information, better able to like contribute to discussions and actually use that information to, as we said, hold their governments accountable.
All right, so this is the final question.
Yeah, that's it, just want to add.
Oh, and I just want to say that the public has a right to this information.
And that is no. That's the final question.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay.
That's your final question, Excelsior.
We want to.
Or Javon, does Excelsior have time for another question?
No, they don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. My very apt and astute timekeeper and wing judge Javon. We will now swing the debate over to Team Campion College, who will now ask questions of Excelsior High School. The time will start when you ask the first question, Campion College.
We've repeated throughout the debate again and again that people have a right to the information from the public sector. You still have not.
Repeat the question, sorry. Repeat the question, sorry.
Oh, we have addressed, we have said again and again that people have a right to the information from the public sector, and the culture of secrecy prevents this. How do you deal with the principal right that people have to that information?
Right, and people have a right to the information. And again stated before, they can access this information, right, through these legislations, as mentioned before, a legislation like the ATI, right? The culture of secrecy doesn't necessarily deny people of their rights, but the culture of secrecy helps. It's a cultural incentive to kind of mitigate against public sector individuals bringing information to the public that shouldn't be there in the first place. So the rights are there for information, right? So I hope that helped.
Okay, on the Access to Information Act and other forms of similar legislation, it's been the case where they are often too restrictive and don't do what they're intending to do because of that ingrained mindset of people. How do you guys contend with that mindset or that culture of secrecy and not the legislation itself?
Okay, come again?
I'm saying that the culture of secrecy, separate from the legislation, breeds its own implications. So how do you contend with the actual culture, the ingrained mindset of the people in the public sector, and how that makes the legislation ineffective, as you said? You haven't contended with that.
Well, I think the mindset is a good thing, right? Because with this mindset, and we think it solves for the issue why there's a culture of secrecy in the first place. It essentially prevents, right? It's like a cultural incentive for people not to go out of their way, not to divulge information, not to disseminate information that shouldn't be, right? Yeah.
Okay. You guys still haven't addressed the national security issues from the actual culture of secrecy. So as we pointed out, JCF officers have been guilty of corruption. They've participated in like sexually abusing young women, and that's because of the culture of secrecy, restricting them from accountability. So how do you contend with that?
Wait, come again with the question. You're going in and out.
You guys still haven't addressed the national security concerns from the culture of secrecy. So, for example, we pointed out that JCF officers have acted inappropriately due to the culture of secrecy, thinking that they can protect them to harm the citizens. How do you contend with the national security risk from the
right? And to that I say, so this is a motion that requires weighing, right? So we're not saying that in all cases, like the culture of secrecy leads to only good. There are small instances in which, like corruption like that may ensue, right? But we tell you on our side of the house that in those small and few in between cases, we are willing to make a trade-off for what? Like national security, right? When we have national security, in the sense that when we have this culture of secrecy, this allows for private sector actors to be incentivized not to disincentivized not to share certain information, right? As it relates to personal information, right? So this culture of secrecy necessarily bolsters the laws, right? That already exists or that already maintains obtains.
Oh yeah. We provided a myriad of examples within our case as to how the culture of secrecy has actually led to
Question, champion. When Excel say answers, continue asking, but this is the final question.
We provided a myriad of examples as to how the culture of secrecy has actually led to harm. Can you provide any examples maybe within like Western liberal democracies or any other countries where the culture of secrecy isn't in place and that's actually led to goods for the public?
Well, no, I can't provide any example. What I will say, your examples given earlier in your, Prime Minister speech, they were not at all proven. A lot of the stuff you guys said were very much itemized, not showing like clear link as to how, yeah, this equals to this equals to this. A lot of what you guys said were very much itemized, just, saying harms for harm's sake, right? So like the JCF incident, the police incident, the example that you brought up, and we've told you time and time again, for these small instances where corruption may ensue, or just the misuse of the culture having negative impacts, we are willing to take those small and few instances for the trade-off of national security. And we have explained time and time again, and how why we are willing to make this trade-off. Right, we get the protection of millions of civilians and individual rights, not individual rights, individual personal information from being disseminated.
So that's time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that lovely period of cross questioning. I think the debate became a little bit more clear for me in that period of cross questioning in terms of where the contentions and clashes lie. Always love a good cross questioning period. All right, we will now pause for exactly 1 minute to allow the finishing touches to be placed on the reply speeches, after which we will start with the opposition reply speaker, followed by the proposition reply speaker. And that 1 minute starts now.
Wait, do we mute?
Once more, I'm going to ask the teams to put in the chat the speaker names and their positions. But of course, feel free to do that during the actual speech so that you can utilize this 1 minute appropriately. Nevertheless, this is very important. We're going to need the speaker names and their positions. So feel free to do that at a time that is most opportune for you. All right, and that is 1 minute elapsed. We now invite the opposition reply speaker to conclude this debate for Team Excelsior High School.
and getting the public,
Mhm.
the public opinion then fosters like,
Right.
Hold
So,
on.
ladies and
Team Excelsior. As per the format of this debate, it is a three-person debate, which means that the individual giving the reply speech has to be distinct from the first two individuals. Is it that you came to the debate with only two debaters?
wait, come again?
So this format of competition has a reply speaker being a completely new speaker to the debate, the third speaker. And so it's a three-person debate. I see that you were the second speaker, and so you're not
Mhm.
permitted to give the reply
Right.
speech. So, and
I can't Iron Man.
oh, okay. So you're saying that your third speaker is not here.
Right.
All right. So that is why, as well, that we have reserve team members, such that if an individual, your reply speaker goes down, you can have your reserve give the speech. Nonetheless, this will not disqualify you from speaking, from competing, but it is absolutely necessary that each debate speech has three individuals. I will allow you to give your speech and then confer with my other chief adjudicator, Jermaine Barrett, as to what penalties, if any, there will be for the absence of a reply speaker. Because we understand sometimes things happen, but
Right.
it is indeed in contravention of the rules. So go ahead, give your speech, and then I will
It's a,
confirm with my co-chair adjudicator uh, as to how we go on forward. All right, but you can go ahead.
yeah.
And your time starts when you do.
All right. You hearing me?
Loud and clear. Take a breather, and you're good to go.
Okay. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, opponents, viewers, and my fellow colleague, good morning once more. And, before I even deal with the case of side proposition, let me start by a reminder of what this debate was about. Right. So the debate essentially looked at, what is termed the culture of secrecy and questioning whether that yields more good or harm. And so we get this idea from proposition, this whole line of argumentation regarding corruption, right? That, corruption will ensue, corruption ensues because of this culture of secrecy. And to that, we've responded that one, there are legislations intact, right? Such as the ATI, the Access to Information Act, and other legislations, of course, and I could name and name and name. And we've shown that these legislations are there to ensure that the right to information is upheld, right? We also spoke about the oversight bodies, right, such as INDICOM, right, independent investigation bodies that usually are like watchdog for government or corruption within the government. We spoke about Integrity Commission, right, and we gave an example as to why, as to how, as to why, sorry, why we think that these oversight bodies are sufficient and adequate enough in fulfilling their role as watchdogs for the government. We've cited the example, said the illicit six. When the government was, with the whole idea about government having more money in accounts, that type of thing, the Integrity Commission pointed that out, and that whole illicit six idea, right? We went further in saying that, okay, then even if we're taking you at your best cases with this whole idea of corruption, which we don't think is frequent, we don't think it's likely, but even in small cases where the example cited by them, so like the JCFR police situation, we are willing to make this trade-off. Are we willing to make that trade-off? Why? Because we get more good than harm with the culture of secrecy as opposed to the absence of it, right? They also brought up this whole idea or this line of argumentation about the principle of public interest. And to that I say, public interest stops at national security and people's privacy. You know, when it is that these are at risk, you know, we can't afford to be disseminating information because of our public interest. You know, public interest necessarily stops at you know, national security and individual privacy, right? The principle of public interest, having this interest in government information stops where it affects national security and individual privacy. So to a point where it starts to compromise national security and individual privacy, we don't buy that no more. You know, they also brought this idea of, oh, you know, the people should have the right to information. And we say that the people have the right to the information, right? The rights are not being denied, but we say governments have the right to add some color to that right, or to necessarily you know, take that right if necessary. And at, you know, point, we see it happen all the time. You know, government tells you can't drink and drive. You know, government tell you also, you know, government necessarily adds a certain, like add a certain level of, you know, taint right or infringe upon it if necessary. And we tell you why, right? To the point where national security and individual privacy at risk, that is where we draw the line, and we reject the whole idea of principle of public interest, right? They also argue that, you know, because of this culture of secrecy, we are withholding information. You know, the public not get information at all. This is not the case, right? There's a reason why the culture of secrecy exists in the first place. It has to be solving for something, right? It is solving for, you know, disincentivizing public sector actors from speaking out, right? Bringing government sensitive information out into the public domain. That's why it exists in the first place, right? And so the culture of secrecy doesn't necessarily deny you the right to information. It limits what information you get, right? That is what we have been arguing for this entire debate, right? They spoke about how it is important to have, you know, inform electorate and, you know, apathy and all of that. And that we say the critical, we don't believe that, as you know, in the cases where information is permissible to be disclosed to the public, and you know, people get afraid and don't disclose that information out of fear, we say that that information, when them get afraid and don't disclose, it is not priority, right? Other crucial information that should be in the public domain, we believe that the information is there, right? And we can draw back from the Access to Information Act. These acts are in place and they are sufficient, and we've proven time and time again, and they have failed to engage with the idea that these acts exist and these laws and legislation exist to protect both of these. And with that, I say I rest my case.
Thank you very much to the team, Excelsior High School, for concluding this debate. For that side of the house, we now invite the team, Campion College Proposition, to conclude this debate.
Right. Sorry. 5 minutes. Yes. Okay. Adjudicators, fellow teammates, audience, and worthy opponents, a pleasant good morning to you all. Today, I stand before you in full adamant support of the motion. This House believes that, on balance, the culture of secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. As the reply speaker, my job is to refute the points of the opposition and show why we have won this debate. First, before I continue, we must look at the burdens that each side had on this debate. The proposition was to demonstrate that the public sector's culture of secrecy has inextricably led to negative outcomes on society that outweigh any of its benefits. The opposition's burden was to demonstrate that its benefits outweigh its drawbacks, or that there's been a net neutral effect on society. The opposition has simply not done this. Firstly, the first speaker claims that individual privacy is important and must be maintained. While we agree, there's something the opposition is simply missing. As stated by our first our first speaker, unscrupulous actions and words shared by prominent members of the public sector show that it takes little to nothing for individuals in power to bend the rules or to act solely in their interest or the interest of their parties, rather than that of the general public. Let's use the example as stated by our first speaker of the Everald Warmington situation, threatening to withhold funds from PNP councillors. While we see the importance of privacy of individuals, we simply refute that this is a major issue in our world. They have no examples in the world of this taking place. There's legislation preventing, and I must highlight that we are not against the idea of secrecy where necessary. What we are against is the punishment and fear associated with this culture of secrecy. The opposition values it to such a degree that they are willing to exploit these said individuals to try to protect their rights. Well, to try to protect their rights. Might I add, while the opposition claims that identity theft is a major issue, we've provided a myriad of examples to enforce our point that the opposition simply fails to realize. Now, on to another unfounded claim by the first opposition. The Access to Information Act, while inherently good, we have seen far too many times how this has been exploited to protect public interest. The opposition hasn't even to protect public interest. The opposition hasn't even entered this debate as they cling to independent bodies and legislation. However, they fail to contend with the harms of this culture of secrecy and therefore have not weighed the impacts of this culture of secrecy. We acknowledge that Access to the Information Act exists, but have told you why it's too strict and bad for society. What we have seen is that the Access to Information Act doesn't actually enforce the principal right of people. The Access to Information Act is incredibly strict. It punishes whistleblowers up to $500,000 and up to 6 months and allows public sector institutions to refuse requests for practically any reason. The opposition claims that things are in place to mitigate these harms. This is simply not the case, as we've seen many examples, as previously stated, such as the illicit enrichment lie, the JCSA corruption, and the JCA and the NWC. I must highlight that the culture of secrecy, as wrongfully claimed by the opposition, is not synonymous with national security. Let me repeat, it is not synonymous with national security, but instead hides relevant information from the public. It gives those in power a sense of invincibility and removes the risk associated with corruption. This only results in detachment from government, resulting in voter apathy, which is simply terrible. A less informed society is a divided society. And when they are not able to hold the government accountable, it leaves far too much room for exploitation. As I must repeat, we have seen this far too many times. Another claim by the opposition is that our examples don't show the culture of secrecy as bad. All these examples we've outlined are leaked from whistleblowers in the organization. If there were not a culture of secrecy, then these things would not have to be put up front, and they wouldn't happen in the first place due to the accountability mechanism. Now, in summary, we are not against the idea of cultural secrecy. What we are against is the beating stick held against the head of those simply looking for the good in our society. The opposition has simply failed to provide certain reasons to show why their will is better, and this is simply why the proposition have won the debate. The proposition rests.
Thank you for Team Campion and Team Excelsior, two titans out of Zone A. The judges are going to excuse themselves to a deliberation room. We're going to have some discussions and then return to you soon with the results. In the meantime, I invite you to, open your mics, have some crosstalk, and keep each other's company, discuss the motion and the ideas surrounding it while the judges go and make that decision.
Oh my God. Can I spell it out?
Yeah,
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have the results and we are far behind schedule. And so my oral deliberation is going to be very short. Both teams are encouraged to reach out to me if they have any concerns or issues, and I'll be able to give you a more fulsome reason as to why the call is the way that it is. But we're severely behind time, testament to how wonderful of a match this was. Quite spectacular, actually. Um, and so I'm going to just jump right into it. So the first thing, right? The motion says, the motion for this round, the cultural secrecy in the public sector has done more harm than good. Now, the first thing I want to say, and I think both teams didn't appreciate fulsomely this context, right? The culture of secrecy as a result of a culture both teams contended goes beyond what is mandated. Yes, both teams contended it goes beyond what is mandated. And so I'll say to both teams, they can't have a cake and eat it too. What do I mean by that? So for Team Champion, right, the culture of secrecy is bad because the culture of secrecy stops individuals from getting access to certain kinds of information. And that is bad, right? And they contend that that goes far beyond legislation. And so if the culture of secrecy necessarily means that people are more willing to protect and hide information, that necessarily must apply the judge's content to information that people should have, right? So you can't say the culture of secrecy exists and it goes beyond legislation to the extent that it stops people from getting information that they should have. But it somehow doesn't magically stop people from getting information they shouldn't have as well, right? It has to go all the way. You can't have a cake and eat it too. And I'll try to Excelsior on that very same idea. The culture of secrecy being a good thing can't exist because people are so overzealous that they're going to be incentivized to protect the information that should be protected, but not be so overzealous that they'll protect information that the public should have. Again, Excelsior, you can't have a cake and eat it too. And so what this means at the end of the day is that the culture of secrecy a culture of secrecy causes people to go beyond and above on either world, either to protect data and stop people from getting access to data that they should have, or if we get rid of it, for releasing data, but necessarily releasing data that people shouldn't have in the first place. You can't have a cake and eat it too. And I think both teams did a disservice by not appreciating that nuance to the debate. And so the debate flows out from there, as it would in a harm versus good debate, right? It necessarily means that there is some good, there is some bad, but it's whether the harm outweighs the good. And that is where the judges appreciated that the real debate came into into light. We had this idea from accountability from Campion. They said that, listen, when you when you when you have people getting access to information because we've abandoned this culture of secrecy, then you get greater accountability from government, you know, and we buy that. We buy that idea. We buy the idea that you get good accountability from government. Excelsior contends and undermines that argument, and I think in a really rich way, that there exists already structures such as the Integrity Commission and Indicom to hold these government agencies accountable. Yes, and so we did that undermined in a substantive way the idea of accountability. But then Campion responds aptly and says, yes, but even these same agencies, the Integrity Commission and Indicom, they operate better and can get even more accountability once the culture of secrecy is dissipated, and necessarily when the people are with them as well to shore them up, to give them some more accountability. We buy that argument, and we think even with the undermining of that argument from Excelsior, that argument still fundamentally stands, albeit a little bit more shakily because of the undermining from Team Excelsior. Then it came down to this idea of trust. Where do we get both trust? Man, I really love this analysis. I was a big fan of it. Campion College tells us that, you know, it's not a very far leap, and Campion College went for us to make the leap for us, that you get more trust in the government when, quite frankly, the government gives you more information, right? When the culture of secrecy is dissipated, then necessarily you'll get more trust coming from the government. That was a decent idea, a nice argument. But Excelsior says no. In fact, where you get less trust in the government is when government, as a result of the abandonment of the culture of secrecy, releases private information to the general public that they shouldn't have. If I can't trust the government with my data, all of a sudden nefarious actors know where I live and all sort of bad things, I will not be trusting that government to have my best interests at heart. So that was a lovely contention on the idea of trust, and the judges couldn't split the middle between the two, and so we call that a tie. Now, another really awesome clash in the debate, transparency versus confidentiality. You know, we expect this kind of idea to come out. We hear from the team champion that you get more transparency in government and that this is fundamentally a good thing and this is wonderful. And it kind of ties into the idea of accountability. Fine, yes, that's lovely. But then we hear from the team Excelsior College that yes, but we get confidentiality, right? We get confidentiality. And that is equally important to the trust and appreciation of a good governance. We like that idea. You know, in both worlds, Excelsior says that there are bodies that exist to ensure transparency, and Campaign says that there are bodies that exist to ensure confidentiality. And we know we really like that clash of ideas. All right. Where it was down to, the winner of this debate is between the idea of national security and good governance. Excelsior contains, and this was the strongest argument we feel that came out of the team Excelsior High School as to the importance of ensuring that this culture of secrecy maintains. Yes, the idea of national security. Excelsior contends that when we have this culture of secrecy, individuals are less likely to leak information. We buy that, we believe that is the context of this motion. We buy that idea, right? Individuals are less likely to release information. And they tell us that if we abandon this culture of secrecy, then what's going to happen is that there are going to be individuals who will just not be that afraid. The culture is going to be gone, and they're going to be leaking information. The culture of secrecy necessarily shores up the legislation that exists to protect individuals, and an abandonment of this culture is going to weaken our national security. We heard that idea, we like it. Excelsior, we like that idea. Campion contends, well, quite frankly, we have a national security problem right now, because what happens in status quo is that police and other nefarious actors are emboldened, politicians and the like are emboldened because of this culture of secrecy. Yes, because of this culture of secrecy, and they're going to be corrupt because they know that it's not going to come out because of this culture. Excelsior contends that we will accept that this will happen in pocket instances, but that the greater outcome is worse in terms of national security, right? That's the contention from Excelsior. This is a good strategy, and even if, you know what's really important, and even if you're going to concede a harm like that, you need to make absolutely sure that the judges are convinced fulsomely that this national security issue is a serious problem. We needed more mechanization of that. And in fact, you spoke about national security so often, but it was so repetitive that there wasn't any new analysis coming out into what the judges feel was their strongest idea, that of national security. We wanted to hear more necessarily. Fine, we understand national security is going to be undermined. To what extent? Terrorist action? You know, we get a little bit of that necessarily when they told us that your information is going to be presented to bad actors. But we wanted a little bit more mechanization of why this, the sole and strongest argument, necessarily strongest more than sole idea of national security, is so great that you're willing to concede the corruption that obtains in status quo. We needed to have a deeper appreciation of that. The judges feel. And lastly, on the question of good governance that Campion College contends, they say that you get better governance because people are informed, and without the public having the information, bad actors will be emboldened to do bad things. People are less likely to do better because of the culture of secrecy, because there's no transparency as you contend, and that leads to bad governance. And you get good governance when people are emboldened, they have more information and all of that, right? Excelsior contends with that idea quite brilliantly. I contend with the idea that, yeah, we release all this information, but that opens up the avenue for information. And this was in the cross question. And as the judges said, the cross question was really enlightening for us because in that moment, Campion College says, well, where we have real misinformation happening is when there's pockets of information being released and people don't have the full picture and they're contending with information out of context. And that's a bad thing. And that is ultimately what leads to individuals having and spreading misinformation. If the information was just there available to everybody to begin with, we wouldn't be having that problem. And indeed, this idea of good governance, that this gets better and greater governance under the word Campion College, we feel was not sufficiently contended with. Ladies and gentlemen, by the end of my OA, which was fast, but I hope that you were able to appreciate what I was saying, I think it is clear that the winner of this match and the team that will be moving on to the quarterfinals of the JCSA High School Debate Competition 2024 is the team Campion College. Excellent job, Campion College. Very, very well tried, Team Excelsior. By no means did you engage in a bad debate. In fact, the scores are Campion ending on 273 points and the Team Excelsior High ending on 270 points. By no means a bad showing for Team Excelsior. This score necessarily in the previous round would have all but guaranteed you're moving on. But as the competition gets more rigorous, so too, does the points. Of course, there is the opportunity for a wild card slot. And so, all hope is not yet lost to Team Excelsior. Wonderful debate to Team Campion. And in fact, a testament to how wonderful a debate this was. The best debater comes to us not from the winning team, but instead from the Team Excelsior, and that is Kimani Leslie for his second speech, rather his first speech, second speaker, his very first speech in the debate. He would have gotten the best speaker for the debate with that particular speech. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I will once again remind teams of how important it is to be prepared and ready for the cross questioning, to answer the questions that are asked in the cross question, and to do so fulsomely. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I am Reverend Thomas Matthews. It was a pleasure being your chief adjudicator and your chair judge for this round. We'll be moving into the next match, which will be between the Queen School and the Montego Bay High School for girls. On the motion, this house believes that public utilities, for example, water, electricity, garbage collection, should be completely privatized. Lovely motion. And to cheer us out in that motion, we have the equally lovely Rashana Jarrett. Hi, Rashana. How are you?
Hi, Ravon. Give me a moment.
Wonderful. And while we wait on Rashana to come and take over from me, I want to confirm that we have both teams here, the Queen School and the Montego Bay High School for girls. Wow. We have a clash of ladies today. The Queen School and the Montego Bay High School for girls. Do we have both teams on with us? Right, I'm seeing the Montego Bay High School for girls. And do we have the Queen schools? Can I see the camera for Queens? Teams, I want to again apologize for the delay. I know that we are beyond schedule and I know that your time is very important. We appreciate you coming out and staying with us for all this time. We know that it will be worth your time and we once again apologize for the delay. Right, so we're waiting on the Queen School to turn on their camera so that we can ensure that everyone is looking spiffy. Wonderful. I see the Queen.
Hey, Ravon, can you give me a call, please?
All right, we'll do it, Rashana. All right, Queens, I see you. Maybe you want to just have your camera be more in line with you so it's not looking, up at you at that odd angle. All right, looking good. Queens are looking good, and I saw one.
Excuse me,
Hi, yes.
could we change location? Just asking for 2 minutes. The internet is giving problems just as we're about to begin.
That's unfortunate. I've kept you guys waiting so long. I can grant you the 2 minutes, but of course,
All right,
everyone so quickly and fastly. We're inventing new words.
thank you.
Quickly and fastly. Right. At this point in time, I will now turn over to the chair for this round, Roshana Jai, to give greetings, introduce herself, her co, and to, do the normal beginning.
Will the team from Mobile High be offline while they're moving, or they'll still be here with us?
A good question, Mobe.
We'll still be here, but we won't be hearing because we're gonna be moving outside.
Okay. So I'm not sure if we want to be doing the introductions while they're on the go.
No, it should be fine. It should be fine because we're introducing ourselves and
All right.
JCSA. So turning over to you, Roshana.
All right, thank you very much, Ravon. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roshana Jarrett, and I'll be chairing this round of the debate, which will see Mobe High going up against the Queen's School. And I have two wing adjudicators here with me this morning, Javon Downey and Tevin Cameron, and they will be assisting with determining who will come out and move on to the next round. The motion being debated this afternoon is this House believes that public utilities, including water, electricity, garbage collection, etc., should be completely privatized. And on side proposition, we have the Queen's School, and opposing the motion, we have the school from Montego Bay High School for Girls. So whilst we await them, just to discuss the guidelines, first speaker will have 7 minutes within which to make their case. Second speakers will have 6 minutes to put their arguments forward. We'll take a 10-minute break for cross-questioning, where the opposition team will go first. You will have 5 seconds to ask your questions, 40 seconds within which to respond. We do not want persons responding out of turn, so we just encourage persons to stick within the time frame when asking and answering the questions. Please pay attention to the questions that are being asked so that your responses are in alignment with the questions. So opposition will ask the questions first, proposition will respond, and then after that 5 minutes has elapsed, then we'll go over to the proposition team and they will feed questions to the opposition team. After we've gone through the question and answer segment, then we will have the closing speakers who will have 5 minutes. The opposition team will go first, and side proposition will close out the debate. So in essence, those are the reminders, those are the rules. Okay, sorry, Tevin is not judging. Yes, he won't be judging this afternoon. So Ravon, who is my third judge?
It's you and Javon today, Roshana.
Okay, all right. So just for clarification, myself and Mr. Downey will be adjudicating this match this afternoon. Mr. Downey will also assist me with keeping the time. How does the team prefer time? Do you prefer the time in the chat, or would you prefer the unmuting and identifying the time? Teams? All right. Since we're getting no response, I think we will be putting the time in the chat. So pay attention to the chat so you know when your first minute has elapsed and when you have 1 minute remaining. Points of information, how would we prefer those? Would we prefer those in the chat, or would we prefer the opposing team unmuting and asking the points of information? Are the teams hearing me? Is anybody hearing?
Miss?
Yes, I'm now hearing the Queen's School.
Okay, we'd prefer if they would open their mic and say the point of information.
Got you. So we're taking points of information via open mic. All right, is Team Mobe High ready? Do we have any questions before we get into the debates? All right, I think T-Mobile High is still in transit. So we'll just give them another minute or so. I think I'm seeing the cameras coming on.
Good morning again. Are you hearing us clearly?
We are hearing you loud and clear, and we're seeing your lovely faces as well.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, are we ready to go? At this point in time, I will invite the Prime Minister or the first speaker on side proposition to open the debates for us this morning. Here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters. My name is Aliana Marriott, and I stand before you today as the first speaker of the proposition to discuss the motion. This House believes that public utilities such as water, electricity, garbage collection, etc., should be completely privatized. We firmly advocate for this motion as it aims to promote efficiency and improve services within our economy. In my speech, I will delve into how privatization leads to greater efficiency and innovation, provides financial relief for the government, and encourages job creation and economic growth. The second speaker would delve into the framework of successfully implementing the complete privatization of public utilities and how privatization aligned with Jamaica's energy goals can drive investment in and renewable energy and sustainable growth. And the third speaker will demolish any ludicrous claims that the opposition brings forth. Let me first begin by defining the key terms within the motion. According to the Legal Information Institute, a public utility is an entity that provides goods or services to the general public. Public utilities may include common carriers as well as corporations that provide electric, gas, water, heat, and television cable systems. According to dictionary.com, privatize refers to when you transfer a business, industry, or service from public to private ownership and control. Firstly, completely privatizing public utilities leads to enhanced operational efficiency and responsiveness, allowing private companies to adopt innovative technologies, address customer needs more effectively, and alleviate the burden on government resources. The opposition may argue that government entities operate more effectively as non-profit organizations, primarily focused on serving the public rather than pursuing personal gain. They may argue that this commitment to the public interest is not guaranteed for private companies. However, we as a proposition contend that private companies often aim to maximize profits, which encourages operational efficiency. Privatized utilities will reduce inefficiencies such as bureaucratic delays and poor service delivery. Let's take our garbage delivery services for example. During this time of year especially, garbage collection in most communities are scarce, and when they do come, the men stretch their hands fiating. Fellow opposition, tell me, how is this fair? Why should I tip them for poor service? When we privatize public utilities in Jamaica, it can reduce the strain on government resources and potentially enhance operational efficiency. For example, the privatization of the Jamaica Public Services Company, JPS, provides a local example of efforts toward improved operational efficiency. Privatized in 2001, JPS has taken various steps to reduce inefficiencies and improve service delivery, including initiatives to address electricity theft and reduce system losses. These efforts have included the introduction of prepaid metering and programs targeting illegal hookups, like the USAID supported projects that help provide safer, legal access to electricity in low income areas, such as Majesty Gardens. These initiatives highlight the role of private sector management in identifying and addressing initiatives that may persist under public ownership. I take this opportunity to remind the opposition that privatization in Jamaica has already demonstrated success in sectors where competition is encouraged, ensuring that services are delivered more efficiently. A clear example of successful privatization in Jamaica is the telecommunications sector, specifically with the entry of digital into the market. Prior to privatization, the telecommunications industry was dominated by cable and wires. Now Flow, which operates as a monopoly. The Jamaican government liberalized the sector in the early 2000s, allowing new players like Digicel to enter. This
Point of information.
liberalization not accepted at this time, and privatization spurred significant competition, leading to improved services, increased accessibility, and reduced costs of consumers. Digicel's aggressive pricing strategies and expansion into rural areas forced competitors to innovate and lower prices, benefiting consumers across the country. This contributed to wider mobile phone and internet penetration across Jamaica, which previously had limited access due to high costs and undelivered infrastructure. Secondly, privatization can lead to a more competitive and efficient enterprises, attract foreign direct investment, and reduce the financial burden on the government. For example, a JIS article quoted former Minister Richard Preble, who emphasized that privatization allows the government to relocate resources, which can be used to repay national debts. Refuting this is completely ridiculous of the opposition. This shift can potentially improve economic indicators like employment and standards for living without necessarily increasing service costs to consumers. In addition, an article titled Support for Privatization Policy from 2014 emphasizes that public-private partnerships, PPPs, are also promoted as key tools for unlocking the value of public assets while involving the private sector in infrastructure development. Prime Minister Andrew Holness highlighted how these partnerships can boost economic growth, create jobs, and improve the overall business climate in Jamaica. Such arrangements aim to enhance transparency and efficiency in sectors like energy and water, which are crucial for national development. Additionally, selling utilities to private investors can provide immediate revenue, helping to reduce the financial burden on the country. This can free up government from funds for other critical sectors such as education or healthcare by transferring the operational and infrastructure costs of these sectors from the government to private entities. In conclusion, we strongly advocate for the complete privatization of public utilities rather than relying on partial or full government ownership. This approach ensures greater efficiency and innovation, allowing services to flourish free from bureaucracy delays. Full privatization promotes competition, driving down costs and improving the quality of services, directly benefiting consumers. The opposition may argue that the current mixed model is sufficient, but we assert that partial privatization leads to inefficiency and hampers progress. By ensuring utilities entirely to private entities, we not only
Thank you. Thank you very much for Speaker Proposition for those arguments. We will now turn over to First Speaker Opposition to respond to the arguments presented. Here.
The core of the matter is basic humanity. The rich shall get richer and the poor shall get poorer, a popular saying which denotes the effect of free market capitalism producing excessive inequality. To apply this to public utilities, a sure lack of basic humanity. Distinguished adjudicators, my worthy opponents, and all other members of the audience, I firmly reject the motion presented here today, which notes this House believes that public utilities should be completely privatized. Before I dissuade you against a misalliance with my opponents, let me say I do agree with the proposition that public utilities are essential services provided to the general public critical to the functioning of daily life, such as water, electricity, and garbage collection. However, I must say that the proposition uses a flawed example as, according to the Office of Utility and Regulations, telecommunication is not considered a public utility. No, again, I agree with them. Privatization refers to the transfer of ownership of public utilities from government to private entities. However, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that the proposition fights for complete privatization, which involves private companies to operate with little to no government oversight or regulation, which no country has ever attempted or accomplished. And for good reason. What of a society where cost stops your access to clean water? where cost stops garbage collection, profit over basic humanity. I, as the first opposition speaker, am going to demonstrate the dangers of a privatized essential services and highlight that a mixed public and private approach to the provision of public utilities is the most efficient. My second speaker will speak on the socio-environmental factors affecting privatization, and while my third speaker will summarize our main points and invalidate the arguments brought up by our opponents. Now, when you leave the supply of water, electricity, and waste management and other essential services to the law of supply and demand, what of rural and low-income areas where profit gain is at its lowest? Private companies prioritize profit, yes, but they prioritize it over social responsibility, leading to significant price increases for consumers. When private companies take over essential utilities like water or electricity, a natural monopoly occurs. To maximize profit, they must increase prices or introduce additional fees. For instance, according to weownit.org.uk, the UK's experience with water privatization saw bills increase by as much as 40% over the first 9 years. Additionally, utilities are essential services. As the people of the UK struggle, they will continue to pay as prices increase. Members of the proposition, I put forth a question. Have you ever been thirsty, dehydrated, absolutely desperate for water? No, you've never known true thirst. The people of Bolivia have, in fact, the privatization of water led to the infamous Cochabamba water war in 2000, where violent protests erupted because of increases in water prices up to 300%. The proposition has put forth the claim of efficiency gain over loss, but privatizing sectors such as water and electricity contributes to the latter. Private firms could monopolize industries, reducing consumer choice. Monopolistic behavior limits supply, holds off improving infrastructure or new technologies because they want to control the price. Jamaican consumers are not new to this. We pay one of the highest electricity rates in the Caribbean, with the average cost of 26 to 40 cents per kilowatt compared to the global average for the low cost of 13 cents per kilowatt. The high costs have attributed to JPS lack of competition, which is privatized, which diminishes the incentive to lower prices. The recent Hurricane Beryl proved to the public that the privatized JPS, majority privatized as the government do own non-decision-making shares, lacks proper infrastructure, staff, and disaster planning in the time of need. This is not efficient, this is not affordable, and this is what privatizing essential services or public utilities looks like. Exploitation of the public, inefficiency in the name of profit, and public outcry will ensue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, privatized utilities often provide worse service due to reduced accountability. Public utilities, when managed by the government, are subject to strict regulation and public oversight. Private firms are not. Let's take a look at the US. The privatization of energy utilities in California led to the rolling blackouts in the early 2000s due to underinvestment in infrastructure. Zooming back into our own country, this is all too familiar. When power cuts or water shortages occur, it's not just an inconvenience. It can be a life-threatening situation for the elderly, children, and persons with medical conditions. Access to water, electricity, and waste management or other public utilities is not a luxury, it is a human right. By privatizing these services, we risk exacerbating social divides where wealthier areas receive top quality services and poor regions are left behind. The opposition's stance is completely against complete privatization. However, we believe that the best scenario is a mix of state-owned and privatized utilities. Let's look at Germany, which is a perfect example of the best public utility services, and it operates through a mixed model that includes both public and private sector involvement. Even when private companies are involved, the government imposes strict regulations to ensure affordability, access, and environmental sustainability, along with competitive pricing and service quality excellence. Madam Speaker, the proposition has put forth the advantages of complete privatization, but have failed to depict the truth. Efficiency gain, increased investment, better service quality, and innovation are not the advantages of complete privatization, but are the advantages of PPP, private and public partnerships, to deliver public utilities to all citizens, regardless of their status on the socio-economic ladder. This collaboration is the collaboration of the future, where we collaborate the public sector with the private sector, not just completely privatizing all public utilities. I conclude by emphasizing public utilities are a human right. And if you so choose to agree with the proposition, a human right becomes an unreachable luxury for everyday people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam First Speaker, side opposition. Now the debate will jump back to side proposition to hear the arguments from their second speaker.
We are happy that the opposition mentioned the challenges faced by the UK. However, they failed to highlight that the strategy that was used to mitigate this. The UK established strong regulatory bodies like the Ofwat for water and Ofgem for electricity and gas, which play critical roles in ensuring fair pricing and service standards. Madam Speaker, side proposition understands that the government's role in ensuring fair competition and regulatory oversight remains a critical aspect, which I will discuss in my speech. I would also like to address that the mixed model of publicly and privately owned utilities can present several disadvantages, such as its inefficiency stemming from bureaucratic red tape. Mixed models can lead to a lack of accountability, along with the concerns that mixed ownership can distort competition. We do not plan to ignore the humanistic nature of the issue put forth today. Now with my speech, Margaret Thatcher once remarked, "Private enterprise is not only the foundation of prosperity, it is the foundation of freedom." A pleasant morning to the adjudicators and esteemed opponents. I am Magua Wamazola, the second speaker for the proposition, standing resolute in support of the motion that public utilities should be completely privatized. Madam Speaker, what we are truly advocating here is the liberation of essential services from government inefficiency, allowing the market to drive innovation and accountability. Firstly, as we consider the path forward for Jamaica's public utilities, it is vital that we do so with a clear understanding of the need for both efficiency and public welfare. The opposition may argue that government ownership of utilities such as water and electricity guarantees equitable access and ensures that the national interests are prioritized, particularly in rural areas. These utilities, they argue, are too critical to national security and economic stability to be subjected to the volatility of private markets. We assert that by implementing complete privatization alongside robust regulatory frameworks and specific policy reforms, Jamaica can effectively tackle these challenges and move towards a future characterized by enhanced efficiency and economic resilience. Recent examples from countries such as Brazil. Brazil's privatization of its electricity sector, accelerated in the 1990s and 2000s, involved significant reforms to attract private investment and improve service quality. However, in rural regions, there were challenges, such as high costs for dispersed communities. Programs like the Luz para Todos, Light for All, initiated in 2003, successfully addressed rural electrification, connecting millions of Brazilians to the grid by 2022. This initiative was founded through public-private partnerships with subsidies to ensure access for low-income rural populations. The framework applied here may inspire similar incentives in other SIDS that aim to blend private investment with social equity goals. This approach can be mirrored in Jamaica, where target regulations can compel private companies to serve rural communities with compromising profitability. For privatization to succeed in Jamaica, the foundation must rest on a robust and transparent legal framework, ensuring that private entities act in the public's best interest while driving efficiency and innovation. One critical area of reform lies in strengthening existing laws like the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, PBMA. Currently, the PBMA regulates the performance and accountability of public entities, but to adapt to privatization, this act could be extended to include provisions for private operators. For instance, it could mandate that privatized companies publish annual reports detailing their pricing models, service coverage, and infrastructure improvements with an emphasis on transparency. This way, private companies would be held accountable for assuring that their services they provide align with Jamaica's national development objectives. According to an article entitled "Govd to Review Legislative Framework Governing Utilities," published August 6, 2024, wherein the Most Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness acknowledged that while
While JPS is a private company performing a crucial public function regulated by an independent utility regulator, this does not eliminate the government's legislative authority. He expressed dissatisfaction with the current approach to restoring electricity in some areas and emphasized the need to reevaluate the legislative framework governing utilities. The Prime Minister called for tighter regulations, urging legislators to examine the existing instruments and indicate how utility to operators function. To complement this, the Utilities Regulation Act offers significant potential to reform. In Jamaica, the Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, was established to oversee the operations of privatized utilities in sectors such as electricity, water. Its role could be expanded further in a privatized market. The OUR ensures that utility companies operate in the public interest by setting tariffs and price caps, ensuring that there are mechanisms to cap prices and prevent excessive charges, especially in essential services like water and electricity. Service quality standards, implementing minimum service quality standards to ensure privatized utilities maintain consistent, high-quality service delivery and public accountability, ensuring transparency in the operations of private utilities by requiring regular reporting, public conciliation, and accountability to government or consumer watchdogs. We propose that Jamaica can secure a balance between private sector profitability and public welfare. This has been particularly important following the privatization of telecommunications sector, where competition has led to more affordable services and better access. But regulatory oversight has been crucial in preventing monopolistic practices, according to a JIS article entitled "Economists Hail Jamaica's Sustained Debt Reduction as Exceptional," published April 3rd, 2024. Madam Speaker, with the framework that we propose, how can side opposition continue to disagree? A notable example is Chile, specifically their electricity sector, where in the 1980s, Chile privatized its electricity sector, but simultaneously strengthened its regulatory framework by creating the National Energy Commission, CNE. This body ensured that electricity providers operate efficiently and fairly. The CNE sets tariffs, supervises investment in infrastructure, and implements policies to protect consumers from price hikes or service quality reductions by building robust regulatory
All right, that's
infrastructures.
fine. You're muted, Roshana.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you to the second speaker on side proposition. We now jump back to side opposition for the presentation from the second speaker on that side.
All the points of the proposition is for public and private partnership, which is exactly the solution. So then complete privatization is not a viable concept to enforce. The proposition highlights that our regulatory framework helps the UK. Well, then they agree with us, the opposition. Complete privatization is not the answer, but a mixed approach is better. Regulatory oversight is not often enough to control private companies' pursuit of profit. Even with regulatory frameworks, private companies have a primary obligation to their shareholders, not the public. This profit motive will lead to corner cutting, lobbying for weaker regulations, or finding loopholes in the law. Let me emphasize that government ownership, while not perfect, offers a direct accountability mechanism to the public and is less vulnerable to corporate influence. Esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, and my most worthy opponents, a good morning to you all. Imagine a Jamaica where the air we breathe is tainted with toxins, where the river that once nurtured life are choking with waste, where the natural beauty of our island is sacrificed on the altar of corporate greed. This terrifying reality edges us closer each time we hand over control of our public utilities to profit-hungry corporations. In the eyes of these investors, the well-being of our environment and our people becomes mere collateral damage. The concept of public utilities is a fundamental human right, and it has deep historical roots. Philosophers like John Locke and Thomas Hobbes argued that governments exist to protect the rights of their citizens, including access to essential resources like water, electricity, and sanitization. By privatizing these services, we breach the very contract that society relies upon, one that stipulates that the government must ensure the betterment of its people. Enabling private companies to assume control of these essential services not only raises concerns of mismanagement, but also poses a threat to marginalize the general public in favor of those deemed superior. The proposition argues for the complete privatization of public utilities, but that could not be farther from the truth. Let me begin by addressing one of the most crucial concerns, the environment. When utilities are privatized, the driving force becomes profit, not ecological responsibilities. Shareholders are interested in returns on investments, not renewable energy or environmental sustainability. Private companies are far more likely to cut corners on environmental regulations, opting for cheaper, more harmful resources like fossil fuels in order to maximize their profits. This will cripple our already fragile fight against climate change. In fact, we've seen this very pattern repeated across the globe. In countries like the UK, where water utilities have already been privatized, Thames Water, for example, has been fined multiple times for pollution, leading to environmental disasters like frequent sewage spills, with over 300,000 incidents recorded in 2022 alone. In Jamaica, with our rich biodiversity and natural resources, this could be devastating. Are we willing to sacrifice our forests, our rivers, and our coastlines just so a few private investigators can turn to profits? Now let us consider the cost to an average Jamaican. When private companies take over, their priority is profit, not people. This means prices for essential services like electricity, water, and waste management will rise. We've seen this happen time and time again in countries that have privatized their utilities. Prices skyrocket while service quality declines. Imagine a Jamaica where only the wealthy can afford these basic services, while struggling families are left to choose between paying their light bill or putting food on the table. This is not a hypothetical scenario. It is a direct consequence of unchecked privatization. Look no further than our own JPS, which has been partially privatized since 2001. Despite private investment, the complaints have been endless: skyrocketing electricity bills, unreliable service, and chronic power outages. According to the 2019 report by the Office of Utilities Regulation, the average JPS customers experience 14.25 outages per year, with each outage lasting around 11 hours. Far worse than international standards. And yet, we pay some of the highest electricity rates in the Caribbean at 33 cents per kilowatt hour. If this is the result of partial privatization, what horrors await us with complete privatization? Let us not forget the lesson from abroad. In the early 2000s, Bolivia privatized its water system in Cochabamba, and what followed was a humanitarian disaster. Water prices doubled almost overnight, and families had to spend up to 25% of their household income just to get access to clean water. Imagine that happening here, where many already struggle to make ends meet. Are we willing to gamble with the lives of ordinary Jamaicans for the promise of efficiency? Furthermore, privatization opens door wide for corruption and mismanagement. Private companies are answerable only to their shareholders, not the public, and certainly not to the government. This lack of accountability means decisions about pricing, service quality, and investments are made behind closed doors, leaving citizens in the dark. We've seen this happen with JPS, where even the government struggles to intervene in decision-making processes despite owning a minority stake. The opposition stands firm in favor of a mixed approach, one that allows for public oversight and limits private control. This ensures that public utilities continue to serve the people, not private interests. Our goal must be to protect the rights of every Jamaican, preserve our environment, and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. To my friends on the proposition, your argument for privatization may sound appealing on paper, but when tested in the real world, it falls apart. Yes, private companies may introduce some efficiencies, but at what cost? Are we truly willing to risk the well-being of the Jamaican people, our environment, and our future? We, the opposition, believes in a Jamaica where essential services are accessible, affordable, and equitable. We believe in a future where our public utilities are not sold to the highest bidder, but are safeguarded for the benefits of all Jamaicans. I thank you.
Thank you very much, second speaker on side opposition. At this juncture, we will pause for our cross-questioning. And in the cross-questioning segment, which will last for 10 minutes, Sir Downey, I'll put 10 minutes on the clock. And then, well, I'll put 5 minutes on my clock. And then each team, well, starting with team opposition, will have 5 seconds to pose their questions to the team proposition. Team proposition will have 40 seconds within which to respond. And once your 5 minutes has elapsed, then we will jump over to the proposition team who will field questions to the opposition team, and the time remains the same. 5 questions for throwing your questions out, 40 seconds for responding. Please respect the time. Do not respond or cut the person off before they have completed, once they're still within their time frame. All right, so I'm putting 5 minutes on my clock. Sardoni, can you manage the 5-second and 40 seconds for me, please? Tell me when you're ready so we can get started.
Yes, I am ready.
Fabulous. All right, so team opposition, your first question to team proposition.
How can you ensure that privatized utilities won't prioritize profits over public welfare, especially for low-income or rural communities?
Team proposition. 40 seconds to respond.
To address your question, there are regulatory bodies such as the OUR, which will help to combat these private institutions from, instead of focusing on profit margins, to look at the broader scope and focus on benefiting our society.
Do you not feel that the answer that you have just given validates a mixed approach of public and private partnership rather than complete privatization?
No, I do not feel.
Privatization often leads to monopolies in utilities. How could you address the risk of private companies abusing this monopoly power?
When we shift to completely having privatized the companies in Jamaica, there will be an introduction of competitiveness in these industries. Thus, we will be implementing more companies and it will be more options for individuals to choose from.
With public utilities, a natural monopoly occurs, which means that these powers, one business often takes control of the whole market. So then a further question, how do you justify putting essential services like water and electricity into profit-driven hands?
Well, that is an assumption. I would beg you to look at Digicel and Flow, where there is certainly no monopoly. They are both competing.
It is a form of monopoly where we have an oligopoly, where there's 2 businesses at play and they both have power and they restrict entry into the market. Furthermore, what would happen in case of privatization leading to price increases? Just as you say, telecommunication, Digital and Lime are increasing their prices.
Have you forgotten about Clara? What had happened when Clara was here? And also to address your point about the raises in prices, as stated in our speeches, there will be a framework which helps to combat that, to implement strategies which will monitor that pricing.
But these strategies cannot be mandated under complete privatization. So finally, how will privatization handle accountability and transparency, which is often better ensured in public ownership? Private are only susceptible to their shareholders, not the public.
Not necessarily. By implementing the frameworks that we have discussed, we can ensure that these private entities have a responsibility to serving the consumers, as well as having the aspect that they will also
Question, Montego Bay.
Okay. How will the legal framework prevent monopolies in industries where competition is naturally limited, such as water and electricity supply, especially in rural areas where the market may not be profitable for multiple providers?
Please be reminded that it is limited at the moment. This does not deter our future developments. When we advocate for foreign investments to come into Jamaica to help with this, then this can be done.
Privatizing all our public utilities would be naturally foreign investments would take precedence over local investments. How can we argue for independence and efficiency within our own country if most of the shares are foreign investors?
We could do so through our regulator bodies, which will be in charge of the overall managing of private companies once we shift towards completely privatizing Jamaica.
How will your legal framework prevent the failures we've seen in other countries where privatization led to price hikes, reduced service quality, and public discontent, such as in Tanzania, Bolivia, which I mentioned in my first speech, of the water war?
Well, what our framework will do is, well, an example is Chile, where in their electricity sector, where in the 1990s, Chile privatized its electricity sector by simultaneously strengthening its regulatory framework by creating the National Energy Commission, CNE. This body ensured that electricity providers operate efficiently and fairly. The CNE sets tariffs, supervises investments in infrastructures, and implements policies to protect consumers from price hikes or service quality reductions by building a robust regulatory framework.
All right, thank you very much.
To implement the same.
Thank you very much. That's the first 5 minutes. We're flipping the script now, and we are having team proposition field questions to team opposition for the next 5 minutes. Remember, 5 seconds to ask your questions, 40 seconds to respond.
Is it 5 seconds to ask the questions or 20, Mashano?
Repeat that, Donnie.
No, I was asking if it's 5 questions to ask, 5 seconds to ask the questions or 20.
Well, I was advised 5, but I think 5 is kind of just
Yeah, it's 20
short
seconds.
time. It's 20 seconds, I think so
Yeah.
too. All right.
Okay. Opposition, what specific mechanisms would you implement to protect consumers in a mixed model, especially if private companies prioritize profit over service quantity?
All right, so a mixed approach, which the opposition is standing by, will allow for the profit-driven innovations of the private sector while ensuring the government oversight to protect public interest and to stimulate competition from public industries. So as mentioned in the first speaker's speech, the example of Germany, which neither has an inefficient or underfunded system because it maintains a balance. By combining both, we can enhance efficiency and service quality without sacrificing affordability and accessibility. This needs to be for everyone, regardless of the socioeconomic ladder. You are focusing on the richer or the wealthier side. What happens to the poor?
Thank
Where
you.
income is
Next time, question again.
Team proposition.
Side opposition has voiced concern about accountability. However, in a mixed ownership model, accountability can often be blurred. How do you propose to ensure clear lines of responsibility between public and private entities in the event of service failures or inefficiency?
So we propose strict government regulations and laws, and these are mandated and put in place in these businesses, along with the public provision of public utilities by the government. They are stipulated to show their activities to the public where it is accessible, so we know what's going on, and you can vote out officials, you can vote out businesses that are not doing or contributing to public utilities like water or electricity. So it's easier for us to show our satisfaction or dissatisfaction with a mixed approach and not complete privatization, who are held to their shareholders and not the public. They're not sharing it with the public.
Question time.
Oh, that certainly sounds familiar. So tell us, this given that mixed ownership can complicate regulatory oversight, what frameworks would you propose to ensure that both public and private utilities operate fairly and transparently?
Could the proposition repeat that question, please?
Certainly, given that mixed ownership can complicate regulatory oversight, what framework would you propose to ensure that both public and private utilities operate fairly and transparently under a mixed model?
We do not believe that a mixed approach will complicate regulatory framework, but rather alleviate it. When you have both the public interest and private profit interest at hand, at play, you have fairer access to the information that is going on.
And also the shares that the government and these private entities will hold in these public utilities. Of course, we're advocating that the government would hold a greater share, such as when, therefore, when actions are supposed to take place regarding or water or electricity, that they have the most say. Again, advocating for people and our rights.
Question, Queens.
Oh, it would sound like you're advocating for private and public, though how do you reconcile the need for competition in the utility sector with the fact that public entities may receive preferential treatment or subsidies, potentially distorting the market?
We are arguing for a balance to be maintained. The competition that you so desperately want in the complete privatization will not happen because monopolies and oligopolies and abuse of power will happen with these private organizations. When you give consumers the choice of choosing between government supplied public utilities and their privately owned public utilities, the option is there and they are able to choose.
Are you saying that preferential treatment or subsidies potentially isn't currently distorting the market? I continue. Considering the
Go ahead.
That was the question.
Is your question finished? Could you repeat?
Are you saying that preferential treatment or subsidies potentially isn't currently distorting the market?
We are in the example of Jamaica, where we have a mixed approach. We are not saying it is the best in Jamaica, but in countries like Germany, where they have the balance in it, the preferential treatment is not there, and that is the key example. We're not using Jamaica as an example. We want to enforce stricter regulations to private and uphold public utilities provision by governments.
All right, thank you very much, teams. We have gone through the question and answer segment, and now we will jump back in and hear from the final speakers in the debate, starting with team opposition, and the debate will close out with team proposition.
Wait, Roshana, there to get a 1 minute break.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, your 1 minute starts now.
That's time, Rush.
All right, thank you very much. I see a hand.
Or this or that. So we continue to be at the back end. Yeah, and as you mentioned, years.
Team Queens,
have been waiting.
is that a raise of hands?
Yes, Miss. Just to clarify, are we doing the third person speech or the
Yes.
reply speeches? Okay, thank you, Miss.
And I hope that we can move forward. We are not out half in any one of our.
All right, let's hear from,
Nobody. There are colleagues.
hold on, give me a second, guys.
Should I begin?
No, just give me 1 minute. All right, thank you very much. Let's hear the presentation from our final speaker in the debate from side opposition. Your 5 minute begins now.
If legal regulations and government oversight are necessary to ensure fairness and prevent abuse, then isn't the proposition in fact advocating for a mixed model rather than full privatization? Some regulations in complete privatization are not mandatory but voluntary. Distinguished adjudicators, respected opponents, and my esteemed audience. Today, the proposition has attempted to dazzle us with their claims of financial relief, job creation, and the promise that privatization of public utilities aligns with Jamaica's future goals. But let us take a step back and examine these claims critically, because behind the fancy words and hopeful ideals, there lies a dangerous reality, one that threatens to put our country's most vulnerable citizens at risk. I am here to remind you why the opposition stand firm in our rejection of privatization and why this debate we have won. Members of the proposition has constantly emphasized the need for legal regulations and government oversight to ensure that privatized entities act in the public's best interest. However, this argument reveals a fundamental contradiction in their stance. By insisting on a necessity of government regulation to oversee private companies, the proposition is actually advocating for a mixed model of public utilities where both the government and private entities share responsibilities. This is not complete privatization, which minimizes government involvement and allows private corporations to operate within market-driven motives. In reality, their call for regulatory framework aligns more closely with the opposition's position, which seeks a balanced approach that preserves government oversight while allowing for private sector investment. Therefore, the proposition is advertently supporting the very principles of accountability and public protection that the opposition champions. They're not truly advocating for full privatization, but rather a model that integrates public safeguards, exactly what we are arguing for. The proposition's first claim, financial reliefs, paints privatization as a magical solution to reduce government spending. But this is a misguided view. They would have believed us that handing over control of essential services to private companies will ease the financial burden on the government. Yet, they conveniently ignore one critical fact. When private companies take over public utilities, their goal is not public welfare or accessibility for all, but profit. In Jamaica, we have already seen what happens when services like electricity are partially privatized. The JPS has left our citizens with some of the highest electricity rates in the Caribbean. Does this sound like financial relief to you? Privatization has only led to exploitation, where the poorest Jamaicans are forced to bear the brunt of outrageous costs. Instead of alleviating financial burdens, privatization has made basic services more expensive and less accessible. Next, the proposition champions job creation, claiming that privatization will open the doors to employment opportunities. But again, this is nothing more than an illusion. In reality, privatization leads to cost-cutting measures,
jobs are slashed, wages are lowered, and the priority shifts from people to profit. We've seen this time and time again in case studies across the globe and right here in Jamaica. Look at what happened after the partial privatization of NWC. Instead of creating jobs, it led to the reduction of public sector employment, all in the name of efficiency. And where are the jobs they promise? In the private sector, where those jobs come with fewer protections, lower wages, and little regard for workers' rights. Privatization would mean that the very people of the proposition claims to help with the first to suffer. Is that the kind of job creation we want for Jamaica? The proposition also argues that there is a framework for successfully implementing privatization, but this framework is flimsy at best. They spoke about success stories abroad, but Jamaica, not Europe. We are a developing country with unique challenges, particularly in rural areas where private companies have little to no incentive to invest. Are we really willing to trust profit-driven companies to extend water, electricity, and waste management services to the poorest concerns of our country? The proposition's notion that privatization aligns with Jamaica's national goals is a fallacy. If our goal of Vision 2030, where Jamaica is a place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business, then how can we achieve this by privatizing public utilities and making them inaccessible to our people? Finally, they claim privatization will reduce the strain on government sources, but again, this argument fails to consider the long-term consequences. Privatizing public sectors doesn't remove the government's responsibility. It only shifts the burdens to the citizens. Instead of the government managing essential services for the people, we will see private companies squeezing Jamaicans for every dollar they get. Is that really reducing strain, or is it simply shifting the pain from the government's budget to the wallets of struggling families? In closing, the proposition has failed to present a convincing case. Their promises of financial relief and job creation are built on shaky grounds, and their so-called successful framework ignores Jamaica's unique needs. What have we heard from the proposition? What we have heard from the proposition is wishful thinking, not grounded reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Opposition, for closing out the debate on that side. And we now go over to Team Proposition, who will wrap the debate up for us this afternoon.
Mr. Finance.
Is this the final speech, as in the reply speech?
Yes, it is.
No, hold on. Is it that you have an idea of a reply versus a third speech? Because you asked the question twice.
Yes.
No,
the third speech is the reply speech.
Sometime next year, I really need to know what these ministries are doing. Are they putting things in black and white and then
all right,
your word? That's a strong statement. The next observation is
We are happy side opposition stated that the mixed approach isn't the best in Jamaica, and so eagerly stated that it's only working in a first world country like Germany and not developing and not a developing nation like our sweet Jamaica. Thank you for agreeing with us, side opposition. It would seem as if we could end the debate right here. But let us continue. Side opposition is strongly advocating for a mixed model. So let me demolish their prized approach. The mixed model of publicly and privately owned utilities can present several disadvantages. One significant issue is inefficiency stemming from bureaucratic red tape. When government and private entities operate in the same sector, the need for regulatory oversight can create delays and slow down decision-making processes, ultimately hindering innovation and responsiveness to consumer needs. Additionally, mixed models can lead to a lack of accountability with both public and private stakeholders involved. It can become unclear who is responsible for service failures or inefficiencies. This ambiguity can result in poor service delivery and customer dissatisfaction. Another concern is that mixed ownership can distort competition. Government subsidies or favoritism towards public utilities may create an uneven playing field, disadvantage private firms,
and potentially leading to monopolistic behaviors. This could also result in higher costs for consumers if certain private firms are unable to compete effectively due to government interventions. Madam Speaker, it would seem as if side opposition is simply reading from their prepared speeches and not listening to our arguments. So let me reiterate. We clearly have examples of how privatization have worked locally. Jamaica has already experienced privatization in sectors such as telecommunications and which brought improved services and competition. Yes, telecommunication is not utilities, but this shows that it is applicable in our nation. Another misguided notion is that private companies inherently prioritize profit over public interest. This argument assumes that profit and public welfare are at odds, which is far from the truth. Profit is not the enemy of the public. It is the engine of accountability. A company that fails to meet public demands risks losing its customers and ultimately its survival. Profit motivates, drive efficiency, push for innovation, and compel companies to deliver on promises they make. But we don't solely rely on market pressures. With the robust regulatory frameworks we propose, we can ensure that companies meet the highest standards of public service. Profit and public are not only mutually exclusive, they are complementary forces guided by effective oversight that prioritize about not only well-being of citizens and the efficiency of private enterprises. Is it not better to create a system that rewards companies for serving the public efficiently rather than one where inefficiency is excluded simply because it's government run? The opposition would also have to believe that privatization will result in a decline in service quality. Let's call this what it is: unfounded fear. The private sector thrives on competition. In this environment, service quality becomes the lifeblood of a company's success. A private company that fails to deliver on quality doesn't just face disgruntled customers, it faces extinction. Competition forces companies to raise their standards, innovate, and find ways to better serve the public. Far from the service quality improves a privatized market because companies are compelled to meet the expectations of the public. And let us not forget the role of regulatory bodies that will ensure these companies adhere to strict performance standards. Why would we settle for a mediocrity? Not on the issue of service disruption during the transition. The opposition argument is exaggerated to say the least. Privatization is not an overnight shift, but a carefully phased process designed to protect the public from any disruption. This phased approach allows for services to be transferred gradually with multiple oversight points to ensure that every phase of the transition is smooth. Crucially, any handover is managed through binding contracts that legally require companies to maintain consistent service throughout. There is no risk of lights going out or taps running dry. The flexibility of the phase privatization ensures that any potential issues can be resolved before they affect the public. Would you rather? The opposition also seems to cling to the claim that privatization will ineffectively lead to job losses. But this isn't an overly simplistic and short-sighted view. Yes, there may be job transitions, but let's be clear. These transitions are opportunities for growth, not decline. Private companies are incentivized to expand, innovate, and push for creation of. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Team Proposition. Thank you very much to both teams for participating in the debate this afternoon. The judges will retire for a few minutes and then we will return. We're going to make it as brief as possible because the other team, I'm assuming, is waiting for their match to begin. So just give us some time to deliberate and then we'll get back with the results.
President, I thank you for the update. And
John, which room you're joining me in?
And trusting that
Room 3.
we can really stand on this date
Guys, give us a minute. Roshana stepped away. Should be back shortly with the deliberation.
All right, good afternoon again, teams. We are very far behind schedule. So let's see how quickly we can get through the deliberation. My teammate and I agreed that this was a very good debate. The arguments were strong for those who, well, I see some new teams here. For those who are just joining us, the motion is, I'm trying to pull up the motion again. Sorry, my document isn't opening. Just want to make sure that I have the proper wording. Why is my document not working? All right. So the document is moving. But the motion before this honorable house was that this house believes in the complete privatization of utility services, and in parentheses we have electric and water and garbage collection. And we saw the debate came down to four things. We looked at profit versus public good, efficiency versus mismanagement, and the idea of innovation and market competition. So the burden of proof in this debate was which would work better in the status quo. Public for these public and these services, sorry. And we saw where the government is advocating for the complete privatization of our water services or electric services and or garbage collection services to a lesser extent. The Prime Minister told us that this would mean more efficiency in terms of services, more innovation in terms of services, and we would see greater competition in the market. So let's start out with the idea of the idea of profit versus public good, because the opposition will say to us that if it is that we're going private, then you are now taking away the interest of public good, because it is the government's responsibility to ensure that these essential services, these services that we can't do without as citizens, water and electricity and garbage collection, are the priority of the service over that of profit. And so proposition says to us that, you know, if it is that we divert these services to private entities, it relieves the government of this burden. And we could ask the question, why is it considered a burden? Why does the government need to give it up? We didn't understand. We didn't get from government why it is that these services were considered a burden, or maybe, you know, they weren't the responsibility of government in the first place. But they said that these resources, when they become privatized, the resources gained from that can be diverted into other sectors that would be in need of these resources. Government also says to us that we've seen in places like the UK, where in shifting these companies to private, we also implement strict regulations to make sure that these companies are not exploiting the people and the interests of the citizen and the public good is maintained. So whilst it is that these companies are independent entities operating with their own for their own profit, the government still has legislative framework that will make sure that we are protecting the interests of the citizens. We also see where on-side opposition says to us that these people are only accountable to their shareholders. At the end of the day, they are answerable to their shareholders. Their point is really to come into the market, to make a profit, and to ensure that their shareholders get paid out. And that is what their priorities are. And so they have to make sure that by all means necessary, and that will include an increase in price. They gave us the example of the UK's water company going private, and the country saw an increase of about 40% in that utility bill just immediately after the increase. The example of JPS was also used, and opposition pointed out that JPS is not completely private, as the motion would dictate, but the government still holds non-decision-making shares. And JPS can become a toss-up in this conversation because on-side opposition, they can use it to their advantage, and proposition can also use JPS to their advantage. But one point that was highlighted was how much Jamaicans are currently paying for electricity bill because JPS is more focused on profit, more so than that of the citizens of. We're also seeing where opposition pointed out to us that because profit is the baseline, what you will find in areas where they're not so profitable is that not much focus will be placed on those areas. And so those individuals might be at a disadvantage when it comes on to the particular service. They don't get the frequent garbage collections. They don't get proper electric and water supply. And so that will be as a result of privatizing these entities. Then we move down to efficiency versus mismanagement. And the government says to us that private companies, they aim to make a profit, and that profit that they aim to make will force them to provide better services. And we thought that was an excellent point, because you can't expect to make a profit if it is that you are not providing excellent service. And based on what government had said to us, privatization will open up the space for more competition. And so competition will also drive better service in the market. We saw the example of Digicel and Cable and Wireless, or Flow, and opposition contended that, that's still a form of monopoly, if you want to call it that. And so it's not considered a true privatization. Also, they pointed out that telecommunication is not one considered an essential service. But we saw where the privatization proved the underlying point, which was we saw the transition in the telecommunication market when Digicel and Flow, Cable and Wireless, then took over and spread their wings across the island, even though there's still some inefficiencies in the system. So we saw the efficiency and management coming out there. One of the other points that we saw was that the process of decision making, it's less bureaucratic, there are less red tapes, and so privatization is the way to go. Because when it comes on to government, there's so many tiers and levels to go through when it comes on to making decisions. When it comes on to mismanagement, government also pointed out to us that the OUR exists. And the OUR currently dictates and helps with the capping of prices and tariffs and so on. And they help to regulate those private and manage those private entities, even though opposition pointed out that the OUR really and truly is not as efficient as we think it is. And they pointed out the discrepancy that we saw recently with Hurricane Beryl and how it is that the government themselves, even with regulatory framework, couldn't fully get JPS to operate as efficiently as it should. We also saw the long outages that they spoke of and the delays with getting back electricity during the hurricane season. And on the point of innovation, which we also liked that point, we saw where companies will now have to become innovative in order to meet that profit baseline that they're so working towards. And that argument was pretty good because innovation, competition drives innovation. And we saw where with privatization, there would have come some increased innovation. And we saw the example with JPS, where JPS is now determining, prepaid methods, trying to get people who are stealing to get onto the grid and legitimize their services and reducing the level of theft. So innovation we saw coming up. And then we have the market competition, where when you open up the market in such a way, you have individuals who are now going to be coming in because they say the door is open, and so there is room for competition. One of the points that my teammate and I were a little bit, we had an extensive conversation on was whose burden was it and what was the burden to be proven? Because the first thing we agreed on when we went into the deliberation room was the fact that at some point in time, we felt the debate was converging. So opposition came with an alternative, and opposition says, well, we don't agree with complete privatization. What we are putting on the table today is a mixed method approach where corporate entities will bring to the table the level of efficiency, the innovation, the accountability, and the profit, and the government will bring, as shareholders, will bring the accountability as it relates to the interests of the citizens. But at some point in the debate, we also felt that government was leaning towards the mixed method approach, and opposition pointed it out as well. In a debate like this, when you are tasked with taking a strict stance, which is that of complete privatization, it becomes problematic when you start leaning over into the stance of your opposition. And for us, that was a point at which we were trying to decipher, is it that government is advocating for complete privatization, not negating government's legislatory framework that will still obtain, or are they leaning towards a public-private partnership that opposition was proposing? And so the debate was pretty close. And when it came down to the nitty-gritty, we decided as a panel that the debate ended on 290 points versus 295 points. That was how good the debate was. But coming out of this debate and advancing to the next round is the team from Montego Bay High School side opposition. Woo! Can we get some love in the chat? Well played, team. Proposition, very good arguments coming out. And just to note, when you have debates like these, we have to be careful not to cross the line of demarcation. All right. With that said, I'm going to, I think the other two teams are here. I'm just trying to identify my document here. Make sure I have both teams. Oh, I'm seeing a hand. Go ahead.
Excuse me, miss, we'd like to clarify on how we went to the opposition section with the mixed thing.
Go ahead. You're asking me to clarify, or you're telling me that you want to clarify?
No, miss, we want you to clarify.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second there. Ravon?
Hey, Roshana. Yeah, I'm just looking and paying attention to the time. We are an hour, 20 minutes behind.
All right. So
Yeah.
can we have a session afterwards with the Queen School to complete the
Absolutely.
conversation?
Wonderful. That's a wonderful idea. Queens, we can have a session afterwards, but time is unfortunately against us. All right. And we really do mean that when this happens, if that's what's happening rather, when you're unsure of the why the call is, we have a Zoom session where you can come and air your grievances if you have any, and the judges can help you to understand how they've arrived at that position. As if that's something that you want to do, Queens, absolutely, you are well within your right and empowered to. We encourage you to reach out to myself, projects@myjade.org, and we will set that up. All right. We are unfortunately, as I said, severely behind time. So we're going to move on to the next round.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And congratulations to Montego Bay High for girls.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right, Ravon, I think I'm seeing both teams on. That's Mannings and Hampton.
Wonderful, Rashana. The floor is yours. You can head right into it.
All right, just to check, are the two teams able to turn their cameras on? Hampton, Mannings?
Yes, please. Yes.
All right, and I think we have some
We're trying to fix it.
All right. I think what's happening is that there are multiple devices in the space. So when you turn one on, you have to mute the other one and turn the volume down as well.
Are you hearing us?
I'm still getting the feedback.
Are you hearing us?
So if you have multiple devices, you have to not only mute, but you have to turn down the other devices.
Miss, are you hearing us now?
Yes, I'm hearing you. All right, is the Hampton School able to turn their cameras on? Or the camera? All right, so we're seeing
So the
Hampton.
camera will be on one device, but the audio will be coming from the second device.
All right, once it works, so that's what is happening now?
Yes.
All right, fabulous. So we're hearing you loud and clear.
So Rashana, what I'll ask you to do when Hampton is speaking is to pin the device that has the video on, or else the Zoom is going to only pick up the one that's speaking, and you'll see a black screen.
All right. Just double checking again, because I see Hampton has multiple devices. All right. And Mannings, your audio will be fine. All right. I'm seeing a no wait. Audio is off. So while we wait for them to resolve their audio challenges, I will introduce myself. My name is Roshana Jarrett, and I will be your chair adjudicator for this afternoon's match. Along with me is Mr. Downey, your wing adjudicator. The motion before this honorable house is that this house believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people. And in proposition, we have the team from Hampton, and in opposition, we have the Manning School. Just to highlight, each speaker, first speakers will speak for 7 minutes, second speakers will speak for 6 minutes, and your third speaker will speak for 5 minutes. In between your second speakers and your third speakers, we will have a 10-minute question and answer segment where persons from opposition will feed questions to the proposition team for 5 minutes. The proposition team will respond. Then we will have the proposition fielding questions to the opposition for 5 minutes. You will have 20 seconds to ask your questions, 40 seconds to respond, and we ask that you respect the time frame. Do not jump over or cross over into the other team's time. Your time signals in terms of when you've gone through your first minute and when you have 1 minute remaining will be placed in the chat. Points of information, I would recommend that we unmute our microphones as they're encouraged and ask your points of information, and the team on the floor will acknowledge your points of information. Do we have any questions? All right, if we have no questions, let us get the show on the road and invite the first speaker to present. Your 7 minutes begin.
That you can hear me?
Not so loud.
Are you hearing me better now?
Sounds a little bit better. Is your opponent, are you hearing them, Mannings? Not seeing the Manning School. Is the Manning School hearing me? Okay, I think they have dropped off.
All right, are you guys hearing us?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear. Is your camera working?
Yes, it is. Let me turn it on.
Fabulous. All right, I'm seeing 2 speakers. Will your third speaker be joining?
Right here.
Oh, all right. And let's hear from the Hampton School to make sure that we're all hearing each other and seeing each other.
Confirming that you hear me.
Are you hearing the Hampton School?
Dama, you're muted.
Okay. Are you hearing us?
Yes.
All right. The public sector, one of the largest employers and policy influencers in the country of Jamaica, has a crucial role to play in addressing the retention and cultivation of talents. However, we the government are here to argue the motion, one we are unequivocally in support of. This House believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people. Judges, my most precise timekeeper, my fellow housemates, and my most elusive opponents, a pleasant afternoon to you all. This motion is problematic in nature, yet innovative and necessary in design, as it signifies the future of our nation through the youth and their forces for development. I, the Prime Minister, will expound on the lack of pathways for growth and career progression, inadequate initiatives and retention strategies for youth development, my deputy will delve into bureaucratic barriers, resistance to change, as well as limited resources in the public sector, and our member of House conclude and cement why we have won this debate. In order for us to provide clarity on this motion, we must define a few key terms. Public sector, government-owned and operated institutions and ventures that influence national policy and employment. Harness, meaning to efficiently manage, make space for, and engage the skills and potential of the young people. Talent, meaning the skills and abilities that the youth possess, including their capacity for innovation and problem solving. And finally, the vital word in this interaction, sufficiently, meaning to adequately leverage and create substantial opportunities to allow for young people to thrive and contribute to national development. The word sufficiently in this context suggests that while efforts exist, they do not adequately meet the scale of the issue or unlock the full potential of young Jamaicans. While the various government programs and initiatives have been introduced to address youth general underutilization, the challenge remains significant, indicating clearly a system that is falling short of its responsibility, a system that is inadequate, a system that is insufficient. This debate centers on whether the public sector is truly leveraging the innovative, entrepreneurial, and intellectual talents of young people, or if it is simply offering token gestures that fail to create meaningful opportunities for youth involvement and contribution. Opposition will come and tell us that youth programs provide clear pathways to youth improvement. They will even come with the benefits of a lower unemployment rate. But, Mr. Speaker, we are here to dismantle their ludicrous stance, as there is no direct correlation between any of these substantives and true harnessing of talent. While programs like the Jamaica Youth Employment Network, HEART NSTA Trust, or the National Youth Service exist, they lack the depth needed to turn temporary positions into long-term, meaningful careers, as their impact is limited. The gap between training skills and jobs provided is astounding, especially in emerging fields. There is limited funding, flexibility, and not enough quick adapting to global changes. A study by the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, revealed that 40% of graduates from these programs struggle to find jobs in their fields, often ended up in low-skilled temporary positions unrelated to their qualifications, propelling talent misalignment and inability to contribute meaningfully to the innovation climb, as often skills do not match the current job market's demands. These programs are hailed as a leading, definitive solution to youth unemployment. I'm sure my opponents would agree. However, a report by the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, CAPRI, found that these programs are underfunded and focus on traditional skills rather than digital and technological training. These initiatives, although well-intentioned, are often over-subsidized and do not even guarantee sufficient dexterity or address the root causes in the public sector. The question you fail to answer, my opponents: are the youth exiting these pathways feeling more comfortable and adequate in their talents, or restricted as they had to conform to previous role characterized by success for the sake of making a living? Do these pathways really harness the talents, or just guide the youth to a never-ending cycle of the rat race? Our own Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The aim is to provide them with training aligned with prevailing job opportunities, thus preparing them to actively contribute to Jamaica's continued development," end quote. Provide them with training aligned with prevailing job opportunities is not harnessing anything, to be frank. It is simply manufacturing workers for the sake of a pre-existing, monotonous, vacant role, majority of which won't even accept these new graduates, indicating the insufficiency of development of talents. These programs leave many youth right back where they started, unemployed and uncertain about their future, stifling innovation and perpetuating cycles of poverty and disengagement. The public sector, which should be a model of opportunity, becomes instead a symbol of stagnation. Our motion holds as the public sector falls short of leveraging youth potential in a way that is meaningful and impactful. We recognize and accept that unemployment rates have gone down, sure, but while they have decreased for the population as a whole, youth unemployment rates still remain high. Youth not in employment, education, and training NEET rate is at 19.9%, according to statistics for Q2 of 2024, done by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, reflecting a systematic issue as the sector fails to boost socio-economic development through youth engagement. Honorable Andrew Holness in 2023 said, and I quote, "Despite the country's unemployment rate falling to a record low of 4.5%, an untapped pool of young people remain outside the labor force," end quote. My opponents, youth unemployment is 3 times that of general unemployment, standing at a whopping 14.8%, and that to you looks like sufficiency? Low unemployment rates are not directly proportional to harnessing talent. It just means that the available jobs are being taken up, and there's no guarantee that it is even by the intended percentage of the population. Insufficiency to you, my opponents, ranking second out of 177 countries on the Brain Drain Index with a score of 9.1 out of 10, simply due to failure to mobilize talents and create spaces for growth. Sufficiency will require the public sector to not only offer enough jobs, but create required roles that reflects global competitiveness and competencies of youth identifying and solving discrepancies. According to the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, countries that effectively engage their youth can see up to a 5% increase in GDP growth. Jamaica's inability to integrate young people into meaningful roles means that we are missing out on significant economic gains and innovative solutions to national problems like climate change and digital transformation. In conclusion, we have demonstrated that the public sector in Jamaica fails to sufficiently harness the talents of young people. Mr. Speaker, there's a noticeable gap in the number of policies and frameworks that efficiently, and I emphasize efficiently, cultivate awareness of the Jamaican youth. The proposition pauses.
All right, thank you very much, Side Proposition. First speaker, we now invite the first speaker from Side Opposition to respond to the arguments.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges of the panel, fellow teammates, and debaters, a pleasant morning. The motion states, this House believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people. We, the opposition, strongly disagree on this. However, before we get into the meat of the matter, we acknowledge the government's definitions. While this is so, allow us to share our own definitions that will offer a better understanding of the matter. The public sector refers to government bodies, state-owned institutions, and public services, while the talents of young people encompass their unique skills, fresh perspectives, and innovative potential. In the context of this debate, young people typically refers to individuals ages 15 to 35 who are in transitional stages of their education, early career development, or entry into civic and professional responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, let us get one thing pinned straight. The term sufficient does not mean bare minimum or rather adequacy. We're talking about a public sector that rolls up its sleeves and gets things done. This should quell the notion that the public sector is not utilizing youth potential. As we can clearly see, the standards are being met through training programs to leadership positions, which we'll touch on a little later. The opposition strongly believes that the public sector does and has adequately harnessed the skills of individuals between the ages of 15 to 35. Now, with that being said, allow me to ferment my substantives. I, the opposition leader, will highlight the many programs and initiatives the public sector has in place that effectively harness the talents of young people. My profound second speaker will further ferment these points and bring to the forefront governance and leadership, youth employment programs in the public sector, and delve into youth employment. My third speaker will then summarize our case. Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear. The public sector is not failing our young people. Instead, it has given young people adequate opportunities and platforms to contribute their skills, creativity, and energy to this nation. It has given them initiatives and decision-making tools. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we cannot deny the vast majority of existing programs, internships, and leadership roles where young people's abilities are noticed, nurtured, and utilized. Mr. Speaker, take a look at the HEART/NSTA Trust, which plays a pivotal role in Jamaica's efforts to harness the talents of young people by providing vocational, technical, and on-the-job training across critical sectors like information technology, construction, tourism, and manufacturing. According to its 2022 annual report, the HEART trained and certified over 152,000 young people. Let that number sink in. With over 45,000 of those trainees transitioning into jobs within 6 months, this success has been particularly notable in sectors such as business processing outsourcing BPO industry, where companies like Sutherland Global Services and Conduit have hired over 10,000 HART graduates by 2023, where these efforts have directly addressed labor market needs, in addition to skill development, not accepted at this moment. The HART program emphasizes the importance of youth engagement in community projects and initiatives. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the National Service Corps Program, NSCP, established under the HART NSTA Trust, has expanded training opportunities targeting the unattached youth. The program trains over 3,500 young people annually, offering not only technical skills, but life skills that increase employability, all while contributing to the social and economic development of the nation. Mr. Speaker, last year, the government allocated over 200 million Jamaican dollars to fund this initiative, partnering with over 200 community organizations. Participants were provided hands accepted.
The amount of funds invested in various programs does not correlate to the talents actually being developed and cultivated. Where is the connection?
I will address this later on in my speech. In 2023, 75% of NSCP participants transitioned into formal employment or further education within a year of completing their training. This program was launched just 3 years ago. These initiatives, backed by strong employment outcomes, demonstrate the effectiveness of the public sector in utilizing youth talent, with companies reporting a 25% productivity increase in business when employing the HART graduates and an 85% increased confidence in the skills and employability after participants have completed this program. And that is not all. The Ministry of Health and Wellness in Jamaica has launched initiatives to attract and train young professionals in healthcare, addressing the shortage of healthcare workers through the Nursing Now campaign. 50 workshops and conferences have been facilitated, bringing together more than 1,500 new nurses under the age of 30 in 2022. This resulted in a 40% increase in young nurses, significantly boosting youth participation in the health sector. In fields like patient care and medical technology between 2020 and 2022, HART Trust partnered with healthcare institutions to train over 5,000 young people, bringing in skilled professionals into Jamaica's healthcare system. The Jamaican government's health and wellness sector expanded residency programs for young doctors and nurses by 20% in 2021, according to their report. As a result, over 70% of participants secured long-term employment in the public health sector. Mr. Speaker, a 30% increase was seen in nursing applications, not to mention securing over 300 scholarships for nursing students targeting those from vital communities. In addition to direct employment, the public sector has provided young people with opportunities for skill development and leadership. The National Youth Service, NYS, which is now merged with HART Trust NTA, helps bridge the gap between education and employment, enabling young people to transition more seamlessly into the workforce. By connecting young people with mentorship opportunities and professional networks, the NYS plays a critical role in nurturing the next generation of leaders in Jamaica. The program has engaged over 10,000 young Jamaicans in community service and skills training initiatives, with recent reports indicating that 75% of participants reported improved job readiness after completing their service. Mr. Speaker, take a look at these initiatives geared towards our young people with these programs, and imagine the audacity of the proposition to say that this is not enough, not sufficient. The assertion that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people is particularly complex when comparing Jamaica to developed nations. Jamaica has implemented innovative youth programs such as Youth Empowerment Project, which has shown impressive results, Mr. Speaker. 70% of participants reported improved job readiness skills, while many developed countries struggle with youth employment rates. Like Spain, it hovers around 30% compared to Jamaica's 20.2%. Mr. Speaker, this is a public sector that cares for our youths, and as you can clearly see, it has been doing sufficient. However, it has been sufficient. Let's make something crystal clear. The primary function of the public sector is not to directly provide jobs, but rather to create pathways for individuals to enhance their skills and employability. Through targeting training programs, workshops, and scholarships, the public sector equips our youth with necessary tools to navigate an increasingly competitive market. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much, First Speaker side opposition. We now invite the second speaker from side proposition to continue the arguments on side proposition.
Honorable judges, esteemed timekeeper, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters, good afternoon. I stand before you today in support of the motion that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of our young people. While there are programs in place designed to foster youth development, they are far from being fully effective. We contend that the resources at our disposal are underutilized, leaving our young people on the sidelines, unable to access the opportunities they deserve. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, let me offer a few rebuttals. Sufficiently harnessing means effectively managing, developing, and utilizing the skills and talents of young people. It implies a robust effort that aligns youth potential with meaningful employment, career advancement, and opportunities for contribution to national development. My opponents, do you believe that simply placing young people in any job, regardless of whether it matches their skill, is the same as harnessing their talents? Let's be realistic. You are downright discouraging the youth from maximizing their fullest potential. My argument would focus on two key issues: cultural resistance to change and bureaucratic barriers within the public sector, and the limited resources that are misallocated to less critical areas, further stunting the growth of our youth. Mr. Speaker, entrenched bureaucratic systems and a cultural reluctance to embrace change are at the heart of why the public sector is failing our young people. Despite the undeniable talent of our youth, public sector hiring processes remains rigid and outdated, prioritizing experience over innovation and fresh perspective. Many talented young Jamaicans are unable to secure entry-level jobs simply because they lack the years of experience that these systems demand. How can we expect our young people to gain experience if we do not offer them the opportunities to do so? A modern, effective workforce thrives on efficiency and flexibility. However, the public sector in Jamaica is bogged down by a lengthy, cumbersome recruitment process that can take months, far longer than the private sector. Young people who are often looking for dynamic and immediate engagement find themselves discouraged by this sluggish system. Is it any wonder that talented graduates seek opportunities abroad or in the private sector instead? For example, government-sponsored internship like the Graduate Work Experience Program often require numerous forms, endorsements, and documentation with approval that can take months. Contrast this with private sector tech firms in Jamaica, where application processes are streamlined and decisions are made within weeks. The gap is clear, youth-friendly, efficient processes are found outside the public sector, leaving the government with fewer young people eager to contribute. This bureaucracy not only frustrates young job seekers, but also alienates them from a career in public service. Talented, innovative individuals, those with fresh ideas on technology, climate change, and social innovation are deterred by the slow pace of the public sector. This loss is not just felt by the youth, but the country itself, as it results in a government sector that lacks the dynamism and creativity needed to address 21st century challenges. The impact of this failure is far-reaching. When we fail to invest in our youth, we risk losing a generation of innovators, leaders, and change makers. The consequences extend beyond individual futures. They affect our entire economy. According to the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, every 1% increase in youth unemployment can reduce GDP growth by up to 0.5%. We cannot allow bureaucratic red tape and outdated policies to dictate the future of our young people. Cultural resistance to change further complicate matters, as entrenched beliefs about education and employment prevents us from embracing new ideas and approaches. This stagnation is detrimental to our society and economy, leading to a workforce that is not prepared for the demands of a globalized world. So, what is the solution to this, my opponents? We must take decisive action. First, we need to prioritize comprehensive vocational training programs that are aligned with the needs of the job market. According to a report by the World Bank, only 30% of Jamaican youth have access to quality vocational training. By expanding these programs and ensuring they are relevant, we can bridge the gap between education and employment, equipping our youth with the skills that employers seek. Again, my opponents, we are not saying there aren't programs in place. However, these programs are not being pushed and maximized by the ministry so that young people can get a job. Look at HEART, for example. How many percentage of the graduates are able to land a job after completing their time of study? Mr. Speaker, HEART Trust program is a well-intentioned initiative, yes, but only 35% of graduates find job within their field after completing the program. Why is that, my opponents? Because the programs offered do not always align with the needs of the current job market. This is a clear example of how the public sector is not effectively utilizing the talents of our young people. We need to revamp these initiatives to focus on market-relevant skills and ensure they are adequately funded and promoted. Talking about experience, how do you expect these individuals who are just leaving school to have experience if you do not provide sufficient avenues for them to be integrated into the public sector? Think about it, my opponents. Pushing ahead, Mr. Speaker, we must create mentorship initiatives that connect young people with industry professionals who can guide and inspire them. This is not just about providing opportunities, it's about fostering a culture that values innovation and support change. Mr. Speaker, the public sector in Jamaica is failing to harness the talents of our youth because of a major issue: insufficient public funding. This isn't just a small oversight, it's a serious problem that has lasting effects on our society. My opponents, the impact of this failure is clear. When we don't invest in our youth, we limit their potential and contribute to cycles of poverty and frustration. Is it any wonder that so many talented young people feel so lost and disengaged when their skills go unnoticed and undeveloped? We all suffer, not just them, but our entire nation. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, insufficient public sector funding compounds the problem. While there are many youth development programs in place, they are not being properly supported. Instead of directing resources to youth initiatives that could unlock potential, public funds are often funneled into areas of lesser importance. The second speaker pauses.
Thank you very much, Madam Second Speaker. I now invite the second speaker on side opposition to respond to the arguments.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Honorable Chairperson, esteemed adjudicators and worthy opponents, we as the opposition firmly rejects the motion that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talent of young people. But before I delve into my stance, let's highlight what the Deputy Prime Minister highlighted about stability over innovation. Now, this completely ignores the numerous examples or the highlights of successful projects led by young professionals. Many public sector agencies have embraced innovation or innovative practices, incorporating technology and fresh ideas from young employees, to which I will delve into shortly. Mr. Speaker, through various governmental initiatives, training programs, and leadership opportunities, young people in Jamaica are being meaningfully engaged and their talents are being developed for the betterment of our society. Mr. Speaker, the proposition stands claiming that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talent of young people is fundamentally flawed and lacks substantial evidence. Such a proposition overlooks the numerous initiatives, platforms, and programs that have been created to ensure young youth engagement and leadership development within the public sphere. Mr. Speaker, to solidify my substantive, let us look at youth inclusion in governance and leadership. The Jamaican government has made deliberate effort to include young people, recognizing their importance of preparing the next generation of policymakers. Platforms like the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica, NYPJ, established in 2003, provides over 100 young leaders annually with hands-on experience in debating national issues. The NYPJ has seen over 2,000 participants since its inception, with the 2023 session seeing a record participation of over 150 youths. According to the report of the Ministry of Education not accepted in 2023, approximately 25 to 30% of participants in the NYPJ has gone on to hold positions within public sector. These include roles such as government officers, advisors, and other civil service positions. The JIS in 2021 noted that the members of the NYPJ alumni serves in ministries or agencies related to education, youth affairs, and social development. Mr. Speaker, this accounts for approximately 500 to over 700 youths who have participated in the NYPJ alone to transition into the public sector. Over 700 sound small, or is it my opponents? Not accept. The transition of this many youths from the NYPJ alone, Mr. Speaker, not into the public sector, reinforces the program's success in fostering leadership pipeline and empowering young Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, let's also take a look at the youth employment program in the public sector. Take a look at the Youth Summer Employment Programs, YSEP, for instance, which has seen remarkable growth in its launch since 2016. According to the JIS, it highlighted how YSEP employed 1,600 young people in 2022. This number has grown to over 6,500 participants, Mr. Speaker, a 306% increase, more than fourfold in just 6 years. The dramatic expansion clearly reflects the government's effort to provide young people with valuable work experience, especially within public sector. Similarly, projects like HOPE, the Housing Opportunity Production and Employment Program, launched in 2017, has had a significant impact on Jamaican youth, particularly those aged 18 to 24, who are not in school or formal employment. This program was designed to build the skills of young people and align them with industry needs, reducing youth unemployment and creating pathways in the public sector roles. Since its establishment, Mr. Speaker, according to the JIS, over 40,000 Jamaicans have benefited from this program in 2023 alone, with thousands more set to gain in the future. In its early years, HOPE contributed to a marked reduction of youth unemployment. By 2019, youth unemployment fell by 2% from 22.2% in 2017 to 20.2% and to 13.5% in 2022, thanks to the large part of employment and training opportunities provided by HOPE. This data speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. For the substantial increase of youth employment via YSEP and HOPE and the declining youth unemployment rate, it is clear to my opponent that the public sector is actively engaged in young people, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, but not accepted. By July of 2023, approximately 9,000 fewer young people were unemployed compared to the previous year, where the numbers of unemployed youths stood at 25,600 in July of 2023, down from 34,600 in July of 2022. Contrary to the proposition that the public sector does not sufficiently harness young talents, Mr. Speaker, these statistics and initiatives indicate a substantial and ongoing effort to engage young people. By ignoring the demonstrable success of initiatives like the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica, HEART SNSTA, YSEP, and various training programs, the proposition underestimates the role of the public sector in empowering and utilizing young talents. The opposition stands firm in its view that the public sector has made deliberate, meaningful efforts to engage young people, not only recognizing their talent or potential or talents, but also integrating them into the fabric of governance and national development. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much, second speaker, side opposition. At this point in the debate, we will go into our cross-questioning, where I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. Team opposition will pose questions to team proposition. Team proposition will respond in 40 seconds. After that 5 minutes for team opposition, we'll go into the 5 minutes where team proposition will feed questions to team Team proposition will field questions to team opposition in 20 seconds and team opposition will respond in 40 seconds. Are we ready for that segment?
You guys hearing us?
Loud and clear.
Can the proposition provide specific data or examples to support the claim that the public sector is failing to harness young talents, especially when programs like Hard/NSTA Trust, the NSCPA, and the Youth Summer Employment Program has shown proven success?
40 seconds
Can
to
you please
respond.
repeat the question?
Can the proposition provide specific data or examples to support their claim that the public sector is failing to harness young talents, especially when programs like the Hard/NSTA, the NSCPA, and the Youth Empowerment Summer Program has shown proven success?
There have been various studies that show that these pathways do not, well, they do not really harness talent, such as 35% of graduates from the Hard/NSTA Trust find jobs within their fields after completing the program. That is way less than 50%. The Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, said that 40% of graduates from these programs struggle to find jobs in their fields, often ended up in low-skilled temporary positions unrelated to their qualifications, therefore propelling talent misalignment and inability to match the current job market demand.
How does the proposition account for the success of the youth training programs that have led to thousands of young people finding jobs and starting their own businesses? Would this not indicate that the public sector is indeed harnessing youth potential?
As we mentioned, the jobs found aren't necessarily in their respective fields. So someone could be qualified in, for example, engineering and got a job as an administrative assistant. That is still a job. It can still be a form of entrepreneurial activity, but not necessarily harnessing the talents that they studied for and the skills that they developed.
All right. Can the proposition explain how the public sector can be expected to guarantee unemployment for every young person when even the private sector struggles with job creation in certain economic conditions?
Can you repeat? Because I'm pretty sure I heard you say unemployment.
Can the proposition explain how the public sector can be expected to guarantee employment for every young person when even the private sector struggles with job creation in certain economic conditions?
We aren't talking about job creation. We're talking about harnessing talent, which is a responsibility of the government. But we could do that through encouraging partnerships between the government and the other sectors to create scholarships and internships that can give our youth the practical experience they need to succeed within these applicable jobs and not just any vacant position.
So job creation also aligns with utilizing youth talent. But final question. If the proposition believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness young talents, could they specify what additional steps you would recommend and how these differs from existing programs?
Go ahead, Team Hampton.
First, we need to prioritize comprehensive vocational training that are aligned with the needs of the job market. With that being said, in simpler terms, provide these youth with the opportunities where after they, for example, they study in a specific area, when they leave school, they will be able to get a job in that specific area. Therefore, helping to reduce brain drain and lack of determination to continue education, which would in fact help develop global competitiveness for Jamaica.
All right, your 5 minutes has elapsed. We now turn to side proposition, who will be fielding questions to the opposition team.
Would you agree that while programs like the National Youth Parliament give visible to a few young leaders, this does not necessarily translate into widespread influence or opportunities for the majority of young people?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Would you agree that while programs like the National Youth Parliament give visible to a few young leaders, this does not necessarily translate into widespread influence or opportunities for the majority of young people?
All right, so thank you for your question. As we highlighted that members who joined the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica, these are youths who are solely involving themselves within the public sphere. We highlighted that over 700 of them would have gone on into the public sector. The purpose of the NYPJ is to shape young leaders, shaping them to become functioning part of the public sector. Now, on a scale level, persons who wish to join the public sector as well will have partaken in initiatives like the Harsash NSTA, and as we have highlighted, that this program have funded our... Okay.
Hampton, you can ask your question.
Given that young people are often at the forefront of technological and creative innovation, do you believe that the public sector's current efforts have created sufficient space for these talents to be utilized? If so, why do so many young people feel their potential is unfulfilled?
Repeat the question again for me, please.
Given that young people are often at the forefront of technological and creative innovation, do you believe that the public sector's current efforts have created sufficient space for these talents to be utilized? If so, why do so many young people feel their potential is unfulfilled?
Yes, we do believe that the public sector, oh, sorry, my apologies. Why so many young people, the possibility of why so many young people do feel unfulfilled with the public sector is because of underutilization. So while the opposition does acknowledge that the government does believe such, it's often due to external conditions or the lack of awareness among the youth and not the sectors themselves.
Question?
If public sector programs are truly effective in harnessing youth talent, how do you explain the 19.1 meet rate with nearly 1/5 of Jamaican youth not in employment, education, or training?
There are many factors that leads to youth unemployment, and it cannot be heavily relied on the public sector. Globally, there are many countries that are struggling with employing their youth, and as we have highlighted, the same issues in with Spain, Greece, and Italy, who have seen higher unemployment rates compared to Jamaica. Overall, it still cannot be relied on the public sector as to decipher the unemployment rate, as it has to do with how many youths are aware of the programs, and many who are aware of the programs have seen themselves transition into the public sector, a majority, in fact.
Thank you for agreeing with us. You just confirmed that the programs you so hail do not effectively harness the talents. You also mentioned youth representation in policy making, but how much actual influence do young people have in shaping public sector policies? Can you provide concrete examples of where youth input have significantly impacted national policy, even though NYPJ is made up of a small set of already elite youth?
We are not agreeing with you. We're simply highlighting that the NYPJ is one of many programs, right? And we have already highlighted programs like the Youth Summer Employment Program, along with the Hard/NSTA program, who has geared young youths and shaping them into becoming functional part of the public sector. So overall, these youths will transition into the public sector due to the programs that have been provided by government initiatives.
All right, thank you very much. That we have come to the end of our cross questioning. You will now get 1 minute to get your thoughts together, after which we will take the third or reply speaker from team opposition, followed by the reply speaker from team proposition. Your 1 minute begins.
Next time, Rashana.
Oh, sorry, Sardoni. Thank you very much, guys. Now let us hear from our final presenters in the debate, starting with side opposition.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, lovely. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed judges, and worthy opponents. As member of opposition, I rise to further reinforce our firm rejection of the proposition that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people, and to reiterate why the opposition has without a doubt won this debate. However, before I get into that, let me take a moment to address some of the arguments raised by the opposition. No, they mentioned unemployment rates amongst youth. However, based on statistics given by the opposition, the 9,000 more youth have been employed based on initiatives from HEART and other my apologies. Right. Okay. And otherwise, as my first speaker would have said, it is not the public sector's responsibility to provide jobs, but rather to create pathways for these individuals to enhance their skills and employability. The proposition also claims that the public sector is choosing experience over innovation. However, based on what was said by my second speaker, through government initiatives, they are actually highlighting and making way for these youth to basically express such innovation. Now, first and foremost, youth inclusion in governance is not just a talking point, it is a reality. The National Youth Parliament, as mentioned by my colleague, provides young leaders annually with opportunities to shape national policies. The numbers speak volumes, Mr. Speaker, as hundreds of NYPJ alumni has gone on to hold influential positions in the public sector. This directly contradicts the proposition's claim that young persons' talents are being underutilized. Furthermore, the CARICOM Youth Ambassadors Program and other national platforms further emphasize Jamaica's public sector is not only leveraging youth talents domestically, but also on an international stage. Mr. Speaker, Jamaican youth are driving international and regional chains discussions on key issues. These efforts prove that the public sector is actively cultivating young leaders who are influencing real change. Next, we cannot overlook the employment and skills development programs that have had a tremendous impact on our youth. Our youth summer employment program has expanded and equipped numerous young Jamaicans with the skills and experience needed to enter the workforce, particularly in public sector roles. The figures mentioned by the opposition represent not just opportunities, but real tangible outcomes that have seen youth employment decrease significantly. Clearly, the public sector is not just tapping into young talent, but also actively creating pathways for their development and long-term success. Furthermore, initiatives like the Heart Trust NHTA merger demonstrate that young training and youth certification opportunities have expanded as well. Mr. Speaker, these programs are designed to ensure that the young skills people acquire are aligned with national needs, which are critical to our country's growth. The success of these programs in training and certifying our youth squashes any notion that the public sector is neglecting their talents. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the proposition stance is fundamentally incorrect, as the data, the programs, and the outcomes all point to one undeniable truth. The Jamaican sector is fully harnessing the potential of its young people, contrary to the proposition's claim. From leadership roles to employment opportunities and skills development, youth in Jamaica are not only engaged, they are empowered, they are contributing, and they are thriving. While the opposition has provided solid substantives that reiterate this point, it is clear that the proposition's substances are futile, as the data we have provided, along with the impact of government initiatives, prove otherwise. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I can say with utmost confidence that the opposition has won this debate. The opposition rests.
Thank you very much, final speaker, side opposition. I now invite the final speaker on side proposition to close out the debate this afternoon.
Judges, timekeeper, members of the esteemed proposition side, and the misguided opposition, good afternoon. We gather to argue the motion. This House believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people. We, the government, stand in firm support of this motion. Throughout this debate, we have demonstrated that despite existing efforts, the public sector of Jamaica has not adequately utilized the potential of its young people, shown by the high unemployment and underemployment rate and damaging brain drain. We believe that the shift is needed to create more inclusive opportunities that align with the dynamic skills of young people, and we will show how the current system fails to meet their needs. Before we get into the meat of the matter, there was some nonsensical and inaccurate information shared by the opposition. Allow me to address them. We acknowledge the presence of initiatives made by my opponents, but let me reiterate the definition of the word sufficiently, as you seem to be avoiding the term. Sufficiently meaning to adequately leveraging and creating opportunities to allow young people to thrive and contribute to national development.
Throughout this debate, the opposition has been drifting and speaking on the skills of our young people and not the talents. They brought up several examples, such as the Heart NSTA Trust, which led to a clash between the proposition points and the opposition points. The proposition said the Heart NSTA Trust has not done enough to properly harness the skills of our young people. But the opposition said, but it has. The example given by the proposition was that a vast majority are unable to find jobs that correlate with the skills they attain. The opposition said a lot of them do, but the statistics were not properly shown the amount that are unable to find a skill that correlates with what they attained. Just because you went and did entrepreneurship and you found a job as a cashier doesn't mean that what you went to Heart all those years and months for does not correlate with what you did. In addition, Heart NSTA Trust is used to harness skills and not the talents of our young people, which is what the motion is focusing on. On a whole, the proposition mainly spoke about how the government has made efforts to teach skills and fill vacant spots, causing the motion's definition of talent to be lost. The motion speaks on the talents of young people. I could go to Heart and do entrepreneurship and gain that skill, but my talent is public speaking it, and it is not being harnessed. That is the reality. In addition, brain drain was also brought up. Brain drain is also caused as all these bright minds cannot be facilitated, and they have to leave to another country which will facilitate them and end up furthering that country's development, leaving our home country, Jamaica, in the dust. The information was showed that Jamaica is second on the global scale of brain drain. The opposition brought up how the utilizing several programs, they're able to push the talents of our young people, such as National Youth Parliament and the Prime Minister Youth Award. And it is used to provide visibility to young leaders. But it only highlights a small group of elites, while majority of youth are unable to enter such spaces. Even our government, as of right now, is still dominated by older individuals. And like I said, only a few individuals are able to enter these spaces, which is typically individuals who live in urban areas, leaving the rural individuals in the dust. Should we forget they exist and not also harness their leadership talents? Throughout this debate, as I said, the opposition constantly brought up about the unemployment rate, and it was brought up that the unemployment rate has decreased. But the unemployment rate decreasing is not what this debate is about. The debate is about whether or not the public sector sufficiently harnesses the talents of our young people. And unfortunately, the increased or the decreased unemployment rate does not correlate with said talent harnessing. Instead of focusing on giving our young people skills, we should observe them within our schools and say, wow, this student is very good at coding. Let us do something in that. In Heart Trust NSTA, there is training provided for the technological field, but due to underfunding and limited spacing, which means several youth are less in the dust. Yet the government misses out on some incredibly brilliant minds that could be used to broaden our technological field. We are not saying that no efforts have been made in harnessing the skills and talents of our young people. There are several ways the public sector has done it. But in fact, we are saying that it is not sufficient to creating the best version of our young people and helping us further at Vision 2030 and the government. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Team Hampton. Thank you very much, Team Manning School. The judges will go over into a breakout room to deliberate and get back with the results. All right, good afternoon again. Welcome back, guys. Or am I the one being welcomed back? I think I'm the one being welcomed back. Are the teams here? Am I being heard?
We are.
Who just responded?
Mannings.
Being Hampton, and I heard Mannings. All right. So before we get into the meat of the matter, when we have a debate that speaks to this House believes that the public sector does not sufficiently harness the talents of young people. The first question to be asked is, what does sufficient look like? Because one team can say whatever I'm positing is sufficient, and the other team can say whatever you're putting forward does not constitute sufficient. So we have to have a measuring tool, a measuring stick, first and foremost, for what sufficient looks like. What's the role of government or the public sector? Are they fulfilling that role sufficiently as it relates to harnessing the talents of young people? And that's the basis on which we're going to have this conversation this afternoon. So the Prime Minister came, and as the Prime Minister should, says to us that, hey, we have an archaic system of employing young people in the public sector. And this archaic system is archaic because it's resistant to change. Our recruitment processes are lengthy. They have too much red tape. There's just too much bureaucracy. It's very complicated. And so the system in and of itself creates a barrier for harnessing the talent of young people. Significant to that is the fact that we keep asking for these number of years of experience, and people can't get experience if they don't get any work, which is true. And so what you find is that individuals would have been trained, developed their skills. However, they're unable to be employed in the public sector because they do not have the requisite years of experience that these jobs are asking for. She also pointed out that a significant problem is the underfunding of some of these programs that exist to kind of push young people into the public sector. And so as a result, our young people suffer, and the public sector suffers too, because the talent exists, but they are not doing enough to harness it. On the other side, opposition completely disagrees with the information that was posited. And they say, well, no, this government of today is actually engaging with our young people. There are multiple programs that have been implemented to harness the talents of young people. And they gave us a long list of leadership programs and youth parliament and summer programs and hope programs and all of these myriad of programs that the government currently has that is used to harness the skills of young people. A bone of contention was the Heart NSTA Trust and the Youth Parliament, but let's zoom in a little bit on Heart NSTA Trust. The government says to us that whilst the Heart NSTA Trust exists, it is not aligning its training programs with the needs of today's market. But opposition says no, because we've seen where several young persons who have gone through the Heart NSTA Trust program have gained meaningful employment in government. But then government contests that don't mix up harnessing talent with actually employing people. Is it that we're playing a numbers game, or are we really harnessing the talent? And whilst opposition did not say explicitly whether or not these persons who are being employed in the public sector are being employed in the particular skilled areas that they were trained, the fact that the Heart and STA Trust, as highlighted, was designed and is being revamped to meet the needs, because opposition says, well, Heart is doing construction. Heart is doing all of these other things that we currently need in the current employment and workforce, in the current public sector, sorry. And therefore, the employment of these individuals are meeting the needs or harnessing the talent. We saw also where the other programs, we saw some huge numbers, 1,600 individuals from the summer program were employed in 2022, 6,500 in 2020. Sorry, this year, over a 6-year period, sorry, there was a 306% increase in the number of persons who transitioned from that program into the public sector. And when we look at young people between 18 and 25, we saw that over 40,000 Jamaicans benefited from the whole program just last year. And we saw some numbers coming forward. Government says that one of the other major problems why and I keep saying government and government at the same time, why the government of Jamaica isn't harnessing the talent, we see where a lot of the talent is migrating. And that is also one way by which we're taking it, that they're pointing out that the talent isn't being harnessed, because we see a huge brain drain. We didn't see the extent, we didn't get any numbers, so we're not sure the extent to which we're losing the talent or pointed out from side government, but we see where there is some amount of brain drain because we're not harnessing the talent. There was a point that I was kind of pondering about persons in rural communities not having access to a lot of the initiatives that were posited by opposition. And that argument wasn't further fleshed out, so I'm not sure how it blended in with the debate, but they pointed out that, hey, whilst individuals in the urban areas are able to benefit from these programs, individuals in the rural areas do not have access to these opportunities. And so we see the increased unemployment rate, and hence leading to the not harnessing of the talent. One of the shortcomings of this debate was the fact that, and I mentioned it at the beginning, we, the judges, ask the question, what were we measuring against? And that created a fundamental problem, because when we don't know what sufficient looks like on the part of government, then it's very hard to say, okay, they are not measuring up or they're not doing enough. So whilst government says no, the government of today is not doing enough to harness the talents. What they're simply doing is just hiring people. We've seen the reduction in overall unemployment rate, but we've seen an increase in the overall unemployment rate of young people. The question of the day was, what is sufficient? What would be sufficient on the part of government? And on that basis, we didn't get that coming out of government. And so we had to take at face value that what opposition presented as being sufficient is enough on the part of government when it comes on to harnessing the talent of our young people. So with that said, the match ended on 262 points for side proposition and 268 points for side opposition. Congratulations to side opposition. Very good match, side proposition. I'm now handing back over to Sir Thomas Matthews.
wonderful, and what a wonderful, wonderful debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of the national rounds of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2024. We had 3 matches, and from there, we had 3 winners. And we now know the schools that will be moving on to the quarterfinals of this match. Join us tomorrow, same time, right here on YouTube. We will be identifying which of the remaining 8 schools will be joining the 3 winning schools in that quarterfinals match. And of course, at the end of the day, we will know as well which team would have done enough to secure a wild card position to be invited back to the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ravon Thomas Matthews. I want to thank Roshana Jarrett and Javon Downey for cheering us out in today's rounds, and we will see you tomorrow.